There are moments in life when the world grows unbearably quiet, those strange pauses between what we hoped life would be and what life has suddenly become. Perhaps you have stood there too, in a hallway after receiving news that reshaped your future, or in the dim light of dawn, wondering why a dream slipped through your fingers without warning. In these moments, the human heart trembles with the same question whispered across centuries: why is this happening to me? At first glance, it feels as though life has singled us out, chosen us for disappointment or hardship, while others seem to walk unbothered beneath open skies. But what if the universe is not acting against us? What if every shift, every collapse, every unexpected turn is part of a deeper rhythm, one we have not yet learned to hear? This is where the teachings of the Buddha quietly step forward, not as dogma, not as distant philosophy, but as a lantern illuminating the path beneath our feet. The Buddha once said that everything in existence is woven together like the threads of a vast cosmic tapestry. No strand exists alone. Every action, every thought, every breath touches countless others. From this understanding, a profound truth emerges. Nothing in our life is random. Nothing happens in isolation. And yet this truth is not meant to burden us. It is meant to free us. Imagine standing at the edge of a forest at twilight. Light fades. Shadows stretch. You cannot see what lies ahead, and fear begins to form in your chest. But then someone places a soft candle in your hand. The candle does not change the forest. It does not move the trees or banish the night. But it gives you a way to walk through the darkness with steadier steps. Buddhist wisdom is much like that candle, gentle, warm, and quietly transformative. In this opening chapter of our 30-part journey, we step into that forest together. We step into the unknown, not to escape life's uncertainties, but to understand them through the lens of three timeless truths: karma, impermanence, and interconnectedness. These truths are not abstract. They are the architecture of our experience, shaping our joys, our heartbreaks, and the silent spaces in between. But before we speak of principles, let us speak of the heart. For the heart is the place where life's questions echo the loudest. The heart is where fear and wonder meet. The heart is where transformation begins. Many centuries ago, there was a wandering monk who traveled across mountains carrying nothing but a bowl and a simple piece of cloth. One evening, after a day filled with storms and treacherous paths, he reached a quiet village. Exhausted, he sat by the river, watching the moon tremble on the surface of the water. The water was restless, rippling with each breeze, yet the moon remained untouched. A young villager approached him and asked, "Master, how do I keep my heart from breaking when everything around me is uncertain?" The monk pointed to the moon reflected on the river. "The world is the water," he whispered, "always moving, always shifting. But your awareness, your true nature, is the moon. Let life ripple. You must learn to see the moon within you." I share this story not to romanticize suffering, but to remind you of something enduring within every challenge. Something in you remains untouched, unbroken, quietly luminous. Life's storms may bend us, but they do not define us. The Buddha taught that suffering is not a sign of punishment nor a mark of destiny. It is a teacher, a doorway, an awakening disguised in difficult clothing. When we stop asking, "Why me?" and begin asking, "What is this moment teaching me?" everything changes. Pain becomes a guide. Loss becomes an invitation. Confusion becomes fertile ground for wisdom. this is the spirit in which our journey begins. Over the 30 parts that follow, we will walk through the vast landscape of Buddhist insight, learning how karma shapes our pathways, how impermanence frees us from attachment, how mindfulness sharpens our vision, how compassion softens our heart, and how surrender liberates our spirit. But today, in this opening breath of the journey, we simply stand at the threshold. Feel this moment. Feel the quiet shift inside you, the sense that something ancient is calling you home, the sense that you are not lost, not broken, not drifting without purpose. You are in fact standing exactly where you need to stand for your next unfolding. Every event in your life, every joy, every sorrow has carried you here. Every person you met shaped you. Every heartbreak refined you. Every victory strengthened you. Every failure humbled you. Each moment has been a stone on the path of your awakening. And now, you are ready to see with new eyes. You may have felt alone at times, but you have never walked alone. The universe has been whispering to you, through every experience, inviting you to understand the deeper truth beneath all things. Life is not happening to you. Life is happening for you, through you, and with you. In Buddhist wisdom, we learn that nothing is fixed. You are not the same person you were a year ago, a month ago, or even yesterday. Your thoughts shift. Your emotions shift. Your circumstances shift. Everything you cling to eventually transforms. This impermanence is not a threat, it is liberation. It means you are free to change, free to grow, free to rewrite your inner narrative, free to soften old wounds and dissolve old patterns, free to walk your own path with awareness instead of fear. And so, as we begin this long, luminous journey together, I invite you to place one hand over your heart. Feel the gentle rhythm beneath your palm. This beating is your reminder that you exist in the present moment, here and now, where transformation is always possible. Let this introduction be your doorway. Let this moment be your beginning. Let this journey awaken something deep within you, something ancient, something clear, something compassionate. For the path ahead is not just a path of knowledge, it is a path of remembrance, a path back to your essential nature, calm, spacious, open like the sky. This is where our story begins, not in the noise, but in the stillness, not in fear, but in awareness, not in doubt, but in the quiet understanding that every step, no matter how difficult, leads you closer to wisdom. And as the Buddha once taught, within this very body, within this very mind, lies the entire path to liberation. Take a breath. Feel the ground beneath you. A long journey lies ahead, gentle, profound, transformative. And you are ready. There is a quiet moment that comes to every human life, a moment when we pause mid-breath and finally sense that the world we see on the surface is only a fraction of what truly moves us. Just as the ocean hides entire worlds beneath the shimmer of its waves, our experiences contain layers that the untrained eye never notices. In part 2 of our journey, we travel deeper beyond the initial question of, why is this happening to me? And into the invisible currents that guide the unfolding of our life. These currents are not forces outside of us, but energies woven from our intentions, choices, and perceptions. The Buddha taught that our suffering does not arise from events themselves, but from our relationship with those events. If we observe closely, we begin to see that life's difficulties are not isolated storms, but meaningful patterns urging us toward understanding. To begin this exploration, imagine a vast river. Its waters twist and turn, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent. A traveler who falls into the river may believe the river seeks to drown him, simply because he cannot yet see where the current is trying to carry him. But the river is not an enemy. It simply moves. It simply flows. The challenge is not to conquer the river, but to learn how to float, how to breathe, and eventually how to navigate its currents with awareness. Life's challenges are much the same. We often resist what we do not understand. We cling to familiar shores, even when the water itself is offering to take us somewhere new. Yet the moment we loosen our grip even slightly, we discover that the current does not drag us, but supports us. It teaches us. It reveals to us what we have refused to see. To illuminate this, let me share a quiet story, not one from ancient texts, but from a life that could easily resemble our own. There was once a woman who worked tirelessly to build a small shop in her village. She invested her savings, her energy, and her dreams into it. For years, it flourished until a fire swept through the area and reduced everything she owned to ash. In the smoke-filled morning, she collapsed in despair, convinced that fate had singled her out for punishment. She could not understand how something she poured her whole heart into could vanish in a single night. Weeks passed. The grief thinned into emptiness. In that stillness, she felt herself standing on an invisible threshold, one she had never noticed while she was consumed by her work. Slowly, she began to reflect on her life and realized the shop had occupied every moment of her waking hours. She had lost touch with her family, her health, and even the quiet joy she once felt simply walking through the morning air. The fire, though brutal and unexpected, had not taken her life. It had given her a chance to reclaim it. With time, she rebuilt not the same shop, but a life that felt more spacious, more balanced, more aligned with her inner truth. Years later, she would say softly to a friend, "The fire burned my dreams, but it also burned the things I didn't know were suffocating me." This story is not meant to romanticize loss. Instead, it reveals a profound truth. Sometimes life removes what blocks our vision so we can finally see the path beneath our feet. But why must clarity come through difficulty? Why not through ease? The Buddha explained this through the nature of conditioning. The human mind clings to patterns, identities, beliefs, and comfort. As long as those patterns remain unchallenged, transformation rarely begins. We may dream of change, but we do not act. We may sense the call of wisdom, but we do not listen. Challenges disrupt the old patterns. They shake the structure. They crack open the shell. Through those cracks, light enters. And so suffering becomes a strange messenger, unwelcome, unexpected, but often carrying exactly the lesson we have avoided learning. To understand these lessons more deeply, let us explore the three foundational truths the Buddha offered: karma, impermanence, and interconnectedness. Karma, the echo of intention. Karma is not punishment. It is not the universe keeping score. It is the simple, natural unfolding of cause and effect. Every thought, word, and action plants a seed. Some seeds blossom quickly, others take years, but all eventually sprout. Karma teaches us responsibility, not blame. It invites us to observe the patterns we create and to shape our path consciously rather than unconsciously. When a painful event arises in our life, it may be the ripening of an old seed. But that does not mean we are trapped. In every moment, new seeds are also being planted, and each mindful intention shapes the future gently but inevitably. Impermanence, the art of letting the river flow. The world changes, bodies age, relationships shift, opportunities appear and disappear. The mind wants to freeze moments to hold on to what feels good and push away what feels uncomfortable. But the river never stops moving. Impermanence is not a threat. It is the space in which growth becomes possible. If everything were fixed, suffering would be permanent too. But because nothing stays the same, our sorrow can soften, our wounds can heal, and even the most painful stories can transform. Interconnectedness, the web that holds us. Nothing in life happens alone. The food we eat grows from countless conditions: soil, rain, sunlight, labor time. Likewise, every experience in our life arises from 1,000 unseen threads. When something difficult happens, it is rarely the result of a single cause. It is the outcome of a complex tapestry of conditions. This understanding does not erase pain, but it softens its edge. It shows us we are not being targeted. We are participating in the natural unfolding of countless connections. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that we are never isolated. We breathe because trees release oxygen. We live because countless beings support our existence. We grow because others teach us, challenge us, love us, or leave us. We are woven into everything. This truth alone can dissolve the loneliness that so often accompanies hardship. As we close part 2, allow yourself a quiet breath, a breath that honors the journey you have walked and the unseen forces that shaped every step. You are not here by accident. You are not suffering without meaning. You are unfolding moment by moment into deeper clarity, and the river of your life is carrying you exactly where you are meant to go. There comes a point in every seeker's journey when the external world is no longer the source of the greatest challenge. Instead, the true storm begins within. Thoughts collide like thunderclouds. Emotions rise and fall like unpredictable tides. Even silence can feel loud. And in this inner turbulence, many of us whisper a quiet, frightened question. How do I find peace when my own mind becomes my greatest obstacle? This part of our journey turns inward toward the vast and complex landscape of the human mind. For although life's difficulties often trigger our suffering, it is the untrained mind that magnifies them, weaving narratives, fears, and illusions that intensify our pain. The Buddha described the mind as both the source of bondage and the gateway to liberation. It is the fire and the water, the storm and the sky. But to understand this, we must first learn to see the mind clearly. The mind as a sky, not a cage. Imagine the mind as a vast sky. Thoughts and emotions are weather patterns: storms, clouds, rain, sunlight. They come and go. They shift, break apart, dissolve. Yet beneath every storm, the sky remains untouched. This metaphor is more than poetic. It reflects a profound truth. Your true awareness is not defined by your passing thoughts. But when we forget this, even small worries expand into overwhelming shadows. Let me share a story, a new one born from the silent wisdom found in countless seekers. There was once a young fisherman who lived by a restless coastline. Every morning he set sail, but his boat was small and the tides were unpredictable. Some days the water was calm, carrying him gently across the bay. Other days the winds were fierce, spinning his boat so violently he believed he would drown. Because he feared the storm, he blamed the ocean and cursed his misfortune. One morning, after a night of violent waves, an old mariner approached him. "My son," the mariner said, "you speak of the ocean as if it chooses to torment you. But the ocean simply moves as oceans do. It is your lack of understanding, not the water, that causes your suffering." The fisherman frowned. "So what should I do? I cannot control the ocean." "No," the mariner replied softly. but you can learn to sail. This exchange holds the essence of Buddhist wisdom. We cannot always control the world, but we can learn to navigate the mind. Your thoughts will rise like waves. Your emotions will swirl like winds. But awareness trained through mindfulness and insight becomes the vessel that steadies you. How suffering forms in the mind. To understand inner turmoil, we must examine the roots of suffering as explained by the Buddha: attachment, aversion, and ignorance. These forces shape the stories we tell ourselves. Attachment makes us cling to what we want, even when life asks us to let go. Aversion makes us push away what we dislike, even when acceptance would free us. Ignorance blinds us to the true nature of things, making temporary moments feel permanent and illusions feel real. When a painful event occurs, these three tendencies jump into action. The mind begins crafting narratives. This shouldn't happen to me. I can't handle this. This will never end. I am alone in this. And as these stories repeat, the mind becomes a tightening knot, one we desperately want to untangle, but often pull tighter. Buddhist wisdom does not ask us to deny the pain. It invites us to see clearly. Suffering is not solely in the event, it is in how the mind grasps at the event. This distinction is subtle but transformative. Recognizing the mind's patterns. To navigate the storm of thoughts, we must first recognize them. Without awareness, thoughts feel like commands, absolute truths we must obey. But through mindful observation, we begin to see them as they are: impermanent mental formations. The Buddha taught that thoughts are like bubbles, rising from the depths of water, appearing shimmering, dissolving. If we learn to observe without holding, they lose their power over us. This is where the practice of inner watching begins. Not meditation in the formal sense, but a gentle moment of clarity in daily life. The next time you feel overwhelmed, try this pause. Take one breath and silently say to yourself, "This is a thought, not a truth." This small act loosens the grip of the storm. A story of inner transformation. There was once a scholar who spent years studying philosophy, scriptures, and logic. His mind was sharp, but he lived in constant turmoil because every thought spiraled into anxiety. One day he traveled to meet a teacher, known not for his knowledge, but for his peaceful presence. The scholar poured out his worries, speaking for nearly an hour. When he finally paused, the teacher simply handed him a cup of tea and said, "Look at the surface." The scholar observed the tea's rippling surface. "It is disturbed," he said. "Now keep watching," the teacher replied. After a few moments, the ripples calmed. "What did I do to make the tea still?" the teacher asked. "Nothing," the scholar answered. "I simply waited." The teacher smiled. "Then learn to do the same with your mind." This simple lesson conveys a truth often forgotten. Not every storm requires our intervention. Sometimes stillness is the antidote. From reaction to awareness. The untrained mind reacts instantly. It clings, it fears, it judges. But awareness, the capacity to observe without being overwhelmed, creates a sacred pause. In that pause, suffering loses its momentum. Awareness allows us to see. A stressful thought is just a thought. An emotion is something passing through, not something defining who we are. A fear is a story, not a prophecy. A painful memory is an echo, not a prison. This is the beginning of mental freedom. The gentle art of returning to the present. The present moment is like a calm clearing within the forest of the mind. But we rarely stay there. We wander into the past, chase illusions of the future, or drown in inner noise. Mindfulness is not about silencing the mind. It is about returning again and again to the simple truth of now. You may ask, but what if the present moment is painful? Then awareness becomes compassion. Presence becomes courage. Breathing becomes an act of love. For in this very moment, no matter how heavy, there is always something stable to hold on to: the breath, the body, the heartbeat, the ground beneath your feet. Even in sorrow, there is a path to steadiness. Closing reflections. As we reach the end of part 3, let this truth settle gently into your heart. You are not the storm. You are the sky that holds the storm. You are not the fear. You are the awareness that sees the fear. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who watches them rise and dissolve. And within that watching lies freedom. In the parts ahead, we will explore how mindfulness becomes a deep inner refuge, how meditation clears the mind's debris, and how wisdom transforms even the darkest emotions into pathways of awakening. For now, rest in the quiet understanding that nothing within you is permanent. Not your sorrow, not your confusion, not your fear. Everything moves, everything shifts, everything can be transformed. There is a moment in every spiritual journey when we begin to sense that life is not merely happening around us, it is unfolding through us. The choices we make, the intentions we set, the thoughts we nourish, all weave themselves into the fabric of our experience. Nothing arises without a cause, and nothing we do is without consequence. This truth forms the heart of karma, a word often misunderstood, often simplified, yet profoundly elegant in its depth. In this part of our journey, we step into the quiet architecture of karma, not as a mystical judgment or cosmic punishment, but as a natural, compassionate law of interconnection, a law that reveals how deeply our lives are shaped by the seeds we plant within our mind and in the world. Karma, a law of compassion, not judgment. Many people hear the word karma and think of retribution as if the universe waits patiently to punish mistakes. But in the teachings of the Buddha, karma is not the universe striking back. It is the universe responding. Karma is the ripple that follows the stone. It is the echo of intention. It is the return of what we send into the world. But it is not limited to actions. The Buddha reminded us that karma begins long before our hands move or our words take shape. A single thought is the seed of a destiny. To understand this, imagine you hold a small seed in your hand. In that moment, you cannot see the tree. It will become the branches, the blossoms, the fruit. But it is already there in potential. If planted in fertile soil, it grows. If neglected, it withers. If watered with care, it thrives. Our intentions work the same way. A kind intention plants a seed for ease. A fearful intention plants a seed for contraction. A resentful intention plants a seed for suffering. A compassionate intention plants a seed for peace. Karma is not a moral scoreboard. It is a mirror reflecting the inner state from which our actions arise. The subtlety of intention. Let us illustrate this with a fresh story, simple yet profound. In a quiet rural village, an elderly man tended a small garden behind his wooden hut. His garden was not impressive. No rare flowers, no elaborate landscaping. Just rows of simple vegetables that he cared for with great devotion. One morning, a traveler approached him and asked, "Why do you work so patiently on such a modest garden?" The old man smiled gently. "Because the garden is not just for food. It is where I train my heart." The traveler looked confused. The old man continued, "When I plant with anger, the soil feels heavy. When I plant with worry, the seedlings struggle. But when I plant with presence and kindness, everything grows more easily. Not because the plants know my feelings, but because I become the kind of person who nurtures rather than rushes." The traveler nodded, still uncertain. So the old man added, "What you see here is only a garden. But in truth, every moment of your life is a garden. Every intention is a seed. You cannot escape the harvest of your heart." This story captures the essence of Buddhist karma. We are constantly shaping the world by shaping ourselves. The 3 layers of karma. To navigate this wisdom, the Buddha described karma unfolding in 3 layers. Karma of thought. These are the seeds we plant in silence, our intentions, fantasies, fears, judgments, hopes. Though invisible, they shape the inner landscape of the mind. A mind steeped in anger will perceive enemies everywhere. A mind filled with gratitude will find blessings in ordinary moments. Karma of speech words are the bridge between inner intention and outer reality. Even simple words can uplift or wound, connect or divide. The Buddha taught that speech is powerful because it carries the energy of our thoughts into the world. Karma of action. These are the tangible movements of the body, the deeds others can see. This is the level most people associate with karma, but in truth, action is only the final expression of seeds planted long before. Understanding these layers allows us to see something liberating. The future is not fixed. It is shaped by how we tend our mind in each moment. Karma as an opportunity. One of the most beautiful aspects of karma is its flexibility. It does not condemn us to our past. It invites us to transform it. At any moment, a single breath taken with awareness can interrupt a lifetime of unconscious reactivity. A single compassionate choice can soften the effects of countless harsh ones. A single moment of insight can redirect the course of our path. Because karma is constantly unfolding, it also means karma can constantly be renewed. Imagine a large ship crossing the ocean. Even a slight adjustment to its rudder, just a few degrees, will lead it to an entirely different shore. Karma works in the same way. Small shifts in intention create immense shifts in destiny. Your life is not determined by who you were, but by who you are choosing to be now. The ripple effect of our choices. Our actions not only influence our own path, but ripple outward into the world. To understand this, imagine dropping a pebble into a still pond. The ripples expand far beyond the point of impact, touching shores the pebble never sees. Likewise, a kind gesture may comfort someone who later comforts another. A moment of patience may interrupt a cycle of conflict. A single act of generosity may plant a seed in someone who will one day plant another. The Buddha often emphasized this truth. Our smallest choices shape the unseen destiny of countless beings. This understanding dissolves the illusion that we are insignificant. Every breath, every thought, every movement has meaning, a life built on conscious karma. Once we recognize the power of intention, a new kind of life begins, a life marked by gentleness, clarity, and responsibility. Not a heavy responsibility, but a sacred one. You begin to ask, what seed am I planting with this thought? What ripple am I sending with this word? What future am I shaping with this action? And slowly, the mind becomes more spacious. The heart becomes softer. Decisions become aligned with wisdom rather than impulse. Old reactive patterns loosen, and a deeper, more intentional life emerges. This is not perfection. It is presence. The freedom within karma. It's important to remember karma is not fate. Karma is not punishment. Karma is not unbreakable. Karma is simply continuity, the natural unfolding of causes into effects. And because causes can be changed at any moment, karma becomes a landscape of infinite possibility. Every breath is a chance to plant a new seed. Every moment of awareness shifts the direction of your path. Every act of compassion opens new doors. Every thought of clarity clears new space within you. Your life is not the sum of what has happened to you. Your life is the sum of what you choose to awaken to. Closing reflections. As we end part 4, hold this understanding gently. Within you lies a garden. Within you lies the hand that plants. Within you lies the power to shape the harvest that is yet to come. The Buddha once said, "If you want to know your past, look at your present conditions. If you want to know your future, look at your present actions. You are not bound. You are not trapped. You are becoming. And the seeds you plant today will bloom into the life you walk tomorrow." There is a truth so subtle, yet so immense, that the moment it begins to settle into the heart, everything changes. The way we see loss, the way we hold joy, the way we understand time, all shift as gently as the sky turning from night to dawn. This truth was spoken by the Buddha, not to frighten us, but to free us. Everything is changing. Everything is passing. Everything is becoming something new. Impermanence is not merely an idea, it is the pulse of existence. It is the quiet law that governs the falling of leaves, the blooming of flowers, the aging of bodies, the ebb and flow of emotions, the rise and dissolution of thoughts. It is the rhythm beneath all that lives. And yet, though change is the most natural thing in the universe, it is also the hardest for the human heart to embrace. We long for the world to stay still. We want love to remain unchanged. We want youth to hold on a little longer. We want good moments to last forever. But life does not honor our longing. It honors truth. And the truth is movement. The world is always in motion. Even when we feel still, pause for a moment and feel the subtle shifts happening within you. The body you inhabit has changed since yesterday. The thoughts that filled your mind an hour ago have already transformed. The emotions rising now were not here moments earlier. Nothing within you stands still. Not your breath, not your cells, not your identity. This ever-changing nature of life is what the Buddha called anicca, the constant flow of becoming and unbecoming. Anicca is not meant to destabilize us. It is meant to open a doorway we have long avoided. If change is constant, then nothing painful is permanent. If change is natural, then healing is always possible. If change is inevitable, then every ending carries within it the seed of a new beginning. Impermanence is not the enemy of life. It is the very reason life can flourish. A lantern, a hilltop, and the wisdom of the wind. Let me offer you a story, one shaped freshly for this moment, meant to illuminate the soft heart of impermanence. In a village resting on the shoulder of a mountain, an elderly craftswoman was known for creating delicate paper lanterns. People traveled from distant towns to watch her lanterns glow during festivals, floating like small moons above the streets. One day, a curious child visited her workshop and asked, "Why do you make lanterns from paper tears so easily? Why not make something that lasts forever?" The craftswoman looked at him with warm eyes. "Come with me tonight," she said. After sunset, they walked to a cliff overlooking the valley. She lit a fresh lantern and placed it into the child's hands. The wind murmured through the trees. The lantern glowed softly warm, fragile, beautiful. Then a sudden gust swept across the cliff and extinguished the flame. The child's face fell. "It's gone." The old craftswoman knelt beside him. "Everything is like this lantern," she whispered. "Because it cannot last, we learn to cherish its light while it is here." She lifted the lantern's frame and held it toward the moon. If this lantern were eternal, we would forget its beauty. It is precious because it is fleeting. The child slowly nodded, and in that moment, a seed of wisdom settled gently in his heart. This is the tender truth of impermanence. What we love becomes meaningful because it will not last forever. Why impermanence hurts and why it sets us free. Suffering arises not because things change, but because we cling to the illusion that they shouldn't. We cling to identities, to relationships, to routines, to expectations. We cling even to our stories of who we believe we are. Impermanence reveals the truth. Clinging is futile, and resistance only deepens the ache. Yet impermanence is not the cause of suffering. Clinging is. When we soften our grip even slightly, we discover something miraculous. Life begins to move with far less friction. What changes can teach us. Impermanence is not merely a philosophical truth, it is a teacher of extraordinary depth. The sorrow you feel today will weaken and dissolve. The joy you feel will evolve into something new. Fears will change shape. Wounds will heal or transform. Opportunities will appear when you least expect them. New versions of yourself will emerge again and again. Impermanence shows us that no emotion, no failure, no heartbreak, and no fear has the authority to define us permanently. Everything is fluid. Everything shifts. Everything continues onward, finding steadiness within change. If everything moves, you might ask, where can I rest? What can I rely on? Buddhist wisdom answers gently. You can rest in awareness. You can rely on presence. You can trust the clarity that arises when you stop resisting what is. Awareness is the mountain beneath the changing weather. Storms pass. Sunlight returns. Clouds drift. But the mountain remains still and unwavering. Awareness is your inner refuge. When you rest, their change becomes something you can navigate instead of something you fear. Soft practices for embracing impermanence. Start small. Choose a simple moment of daily life and observe its flow. Watch a candle flame flicker. Observe the steam rising from hot tea. Notice the breath entering and leaving your body. Each one is a perfect teacher. The breath especially is profound. Every inhale comes and goes. Imagine clinging desperately to one breath, refusing to release it. You would suffocate. Letting go is the essence of life. Just as the lungs release the old breath to welcome the new, the heart must release old moments to make space for the next. Letting go is not loss. Letting go is how we continue to live. The freedom hidden within impermanence. If you look at impermanence closely, you will find immense liberation hidden inside it. No suffering lasts forever. Old habits can be changed. Pain transforms into wisdom. Identities can be reshaped. The future is unwritten. New possibilities are always forming. Impermanence removes the illusion of forever and replaces it with the reality of this moment, rich, alive, full of potential. Walking in harmony with life's changes. To flow with life rather than against it. Welcome beginnings without fear. Honor endings without bitterness. Observe emotions without clinging. Accept transitions without resistance. Allow relationships to evolve naturally. Hold lightly what you love, so love is free to breathe. This is not resignation. It is wisdom. It is tenderness. It is freedom. A closing reflection. As this teaching settles into your heart, reflect on this. You are a moment within a moment. You are a wave rising on an ocean that has no beginning and no end. You are meant to transform, not remain fixed. Nothing within you is frozen. Everything is unfolding. Everything is becoming. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." seeing this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. May this understanding loosen the knots inside your heart. May it open space for peace, clarity, and gentle acceptance. May it remind you that change is not your enemy, it is your path. There are times when pain arrives in our lives, not as an intruder, but as an unexpected mirror, reflecting what we have ignored, avoided, or buried. Many people spend years believing suffering is something the world does to them. Yet, as the Buddha revealed with profound clarity, suffering does not live outside of us. It arises in the mind, grows through our resistance, and dissolves only when we finally dare to look into its eyes. Suffering begins where the mind refuses to accept life as it is. When reality shifts, we grasp at the old shape. When something ends, we cling to what used to be. When uncertainty appears, we demand certainty. It is this subtle friction between what is and what we want that creates the ache within our chest. And yet, within this ache lies the greatest doorway to awakening, the inner origin of suffering. When the Buddha spoke of suffering, he was not speaking of pain itself, but of the meaning we attach to pain. A single event can wound us, but it is the mind that deepens the wound by creating stories, judgments, fears, conclusions. His teaching of the two arrows illustrates this beautifully. The first arrow is life happening. The second arrow is our reaction to what life has delivered. The first arrow may sting, but the second arrow is what truly makes us bleed. When we understand this, suffering transforms before our eyes. It no longer appears as a punishment or a curse, but as something that has shape, texture, origin, and therefore something that can be understood, softened, and ultimately released. A story from the potter's workshop. To illuminate this truth, imagine a young potter living in a quiet village. His greatest dream was to craft a perfect clay bowl. Day after day, he molded clay-shaped curves, refined edges. But every time a small imperfection appeared, a tiny crack, a subtle imbalance, he shattered the bowl in frustration. One afternoon, an elder potter watched him break yet another creation. Approaching him gently, the elder handed him a fresh mound of clay and said, "Press this." The young potter pressed. The clay shifted. "Press again," the elder said. He did, and the clay changed once more. The elder smiled. Clay suffers only when you refuse to reshape it. When you soften your touch, it responds. The young potter hesitated. But what about the flaws? They ruin everything. The elder bent down, lifting a broken shard from the ground, letting the sunlight catch its edges. Flaws are not your enemy. They are the fingerprint of transformation. Suffering is not telling you that you are broken. It is telling you that something within you wants to be molded into a wiser shape. The lesson is simple, yet profound. Suffering is the clay through which wisdom shapes the soul. The many faces of human suffering. Suffering appears in countless forms. Physical pain arises in the body, inevitable and universal. Emotional pain comes through loss, rejection, loneliness, disappointment. But the most subtle suffering is the suffering of the mind, the suffering caused by clinging to what changes, resisting what arrives, fearing what might come next. This internal suffering is the heaviest. It is the quiet tension behind every anxious thought, every unspoken fear, every past wound that still echoes within us. And yet this is also the suffering we have the greatest power to transform, because it is shaped not by the world, but by our relationship to the world. How awareness softens suffering. Awareness is the first balm. When we feel overwhelmed, the instinct is often to escape, to numb, to distract, to deny. But awareness invites us to pause, to feel, to breathe, to observe without turning away. Imagine holding a burning coal tightly in your hand. The more tightly you grip it, the more you suffer. But the moment you loosen your grip, the burning eases. The coal remains the same, yet your relationship to it changes. This is the miracle of awareness. Awareness does not erase difficulty. It dissolves the struggle surrounding difficulty. When you watch suffering without letting it define you, something opens. Emotions become waves rather than prisons. Thoughts become visitors rather than tyrants. You begin to see suffering as movement, not a permanent identity. And within movement, there is always space to breathe. Meeting suffering without resistance. If we wish to transform the pain we carry, we must learn to turn toward it, not with fear, but with curiosity. A gentle method is to begin with the body. When suffering arises, pause and feel where it lives, the chest tightening the throat, closing the stomach sinking. These sensations are the body's language, its way of communicating old stories, unresolved memories, unexpressed emotions. Naming what arises softens the mind's grip. This is sadness. This is fear. This is disappointment. This is uncertainty. In naming, you separate yourself from the emotion. You become the witness rather than the one consumed. Then breathe. Let the breath move around the sensation. Let awareness expand like a warm light around the pain. You will notice the edges of the suffering begin to soften. Its intensity begins to weaken. It becomes something you can hold, not something that holds you. The hidden gift within suffering. Suffering is not merely a force that weighs us down. It is a guide, a teacher, a sculptor. It reveals where we cling, where we fear, where we avoid, where we need to understand ourselves more deeply. It opens the heart to compassion first toward ourselves, then toward others. It teaches humility, reminding us that the human journey is fragile and shared. It exposes illusions, leaving us face to face with what is real. It clears away the old, making space for something new to grow. Without suffering, awakening would be impossible. Without friction, transformation would never begin. The Buddha never promised a path without difficulty. He promised a way to walk through difficulty with clarity and freedom. His message was never, "You will not suffer." His message was, "You can understand suffering, and through understanding, you can transcend it." A closing reflection. If you look back at your life, you will see the truth of this teaching. Every hardship has shaped you. Every heartbreak has deepened your soul. Every loss has revealed what you value. Every failure has redirected your path. Every wound has taught you something essential. Suffering did not end you. It carved you. It softened you. It opened you. It awakened you. And even now it continues its silent work, guiding you toward the deeper truth of who you are. When suffering next appears, perhaps you will whisper, "I see you. Teach me." For suffering is not there to crush you, but to free the wisdom you have not yet discovered. There comes a time on every spiritual path when the seeker realizes that the world outside cannot be mastered until the world within is understood. The mind, which often feels like a whirlwind of memories, worries, plans, regrets, becomes the place where the true journey begins. And in that inner landscape, one practice stands like a lighthouse in turbulent waters: mindfulness. Mindfulness is simple in essence, yet profound in impact. It is the art of returning again and again to the present moment. The Buddha described it not as a technique, but as a way of living, a way of seeing, a way of being. When we become mindful, even briefly, the layers of noise inside us begin to soften. Thoughts lose their sharp edges. Emotions loosen their grip. The past and future release their hold on the heart. Mindfulness is the gentle awareness that whispers, "You are here. You are alive. You are safe in this moment." The mind as a restless traveler. The mind is rarely still. It wanders through memory replays, conversations, worries about the future, analyzes every possibility, or imagines scenarios that may never come to pass. Most of the suffering humans experience comes from living everywhere except the present moment. When the mind drifts into the past, regret arises. When it projects into the future, anxiety grows. When it compares, suffering deepens. When it resists, tension builds. But when the mind rests in the present, even for a breath, peace becomes possible. The Buddha called the present moment the only true refuge, not because the present is perfect, but because it is real. A story of the bell and the mountain wind. To illustrate this, let me share with you a gentle story, quiet, simple, born for this journey. High in the mountains, there lived an elderly monk. He kept a small bronze bell hanging outside his hut. Every morning he would sit on a flat stone and meditate as the wind moved through the trees. One day, a young traveler visited him, troubled by his restless mind. "I cannot stop thinking," the traveler confessed. "My thoughts scatter like birds. Even when I try to meditate, my mind runs in circles. How can I find peace?" The monk motioned for the traveler to sit beside him. They sat in silence for a long moment. Then the wind swept through the valley and struck the bell, creating a soft, resonant sound. "Did you hear that?" the monk asked. "Yes," the traveler replied. "Did you make it ring?" "No," the traveler said. "Did you stop it from ringing?" "No." The monk smiled. "Your thoughts are like this bell. They ring when conditions arise. You do not need to strike them, nor do you need to silence them. Your task is only to listen and let the sound pass." The traveler stared at the bell, understanding slowly blooming in his chest. To be mindful, the monk added, is not to force the mind into quietness. It is to watch the mind with gentle awareness, allowing each thought to rise and fade naturally. This story reveals the essence of mindfulness. We are not required to control our thoughts, only to observe them. Awareness as a soft light. Mindfulness is not effortful concentration. It is not forcing yourself to think of nothing. It is the soft illumination of awareness that touches each experience tenderly. Imagine shining a candle inside a dark room. You do not fight the darkness. You simply bring light. In the same way, mindfulness brings clarity to whatever arises. A fear appears, awareness notices. A memory surfaces, awareness observes. A wave of sadness comes, awareness holds it gently. A thought loops, awareness sees the loop. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Nothing needs to be clung to. Everything can be met with softness. When awareness is present, suffering cannot fully take root. For suffering grows strongest in the shadows, where the mind is unconscious, reactive, or lost in its own illusions. Returning to the breath. The breath is often called the anchor of mindfulness. It is always here, always honest, always simple. No matter how overwhelmed we feel, the breath continues steady, quiet, unjudging. Pay attention to one inhale. Pay attention to one exhale. In that moment, you are alive. In that moment, you are present. In that moment, nothing else is required. The breath is a bridge between body and mind, between suffering and peace, between unconscious reaction and conscious awareness. Even one mindful breath can interrupt a storm of thoughts. Mindfulness in everyday life. Mindfulness does not belong only on a meditation cushion. It is meant to be woven into each moment of living. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you drink tea, taste it fully. When you listen, listen with your whole attention. When you speak, let your words arise from clarity, not haste. When you feel anger, notice the tightness without letting it ignite your actions. When you feel joy, savor it without gripping it. When you feel sorrow, allow it without drowning in it. Mindfulness is the practice of returning to sensations, to breath, to presence, to reality. Over time, this return becomes natural. The mind becomes clearer. The heart becomes softer. Life becomes simpler. Why mindfulness heals? The Buddha taught that mindfulness is the direct path to liberation because it reveals the true nature of experience. When we observe closely, we begin to see thoughts are not solid. Emotions are not permanent. Suffering is not personal. Experience is always changing. The self is not a fixed identity. This insight cuts through layers of illusion that amplify suffering. When something painful arises and we meet it with mindfulness, we see it for what it is, a temporary mental event arising from conditions passing through consciousness, dissolving naturally. Mindfulness heals because mindfulness sees clearly. A garden seen in the sunlight. Imagine walking into a garden at night. Everything seems mysterious, threatening, unclear. Shapes twist into frightening silhouettes, but when the morning sun rises, the same garden appears peaceful. Flowers, leaves gentle pathways. Nothing about the garden changed. Only the light changed. Mindfulness is that light. It does not change the world. It changes how we see the world. And when perception changes, suffering loses its power. The silent gift of being present. When we live in the present moment, we awaken to a truth often forgotten. Life is not happening somewhere else. Life is here in this breath, in this step, in this heartbeat, in this unfolding moment of awareness. The past is memory. The future is imagination. Only the present is alive. Mindfulness brings us into contact with the living truth of now, the only place where peace, understanding, and transformation are possible. A closing reflection. As this teaching settles into your heart, remember that mindfulness is not a destination. It is a gentle returning, a homecoming of the mind to the body, of attention to life, of awareness to reality. You do not need to be perfect. You do not need to stop thinking. You do not need to become someone else. You need only to return to the breath, to the body, to the present, to yourself. The Buddha said, "In this moment, everything you seek is already here." May mindfulness guide your steps with softness. May awareness illuminate your path with clarity. May presence reveal the peace that suffering cannot touch. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when the mind alone is no longer enough. Insight can guide us, clarity can steady us, but it is the heart, soft, open, and awake, that ultimately illuminates the path of liberation. Without compassion, wisdom becomes sharp. Without compassion, mindfulness becomes cold. Without compassion, spiritual growth becomes self-centered. Compassion is the great warmth of Buddhism, the gentle fire that melts the walls between ourselves and the world. It is the bridge that connects our inner awakening to the suffering of all beings. It is the reminder that enlightenment is not a solitary achievement, but a widening of the heart so vast that the boundaries of self dissolve into the wholeness of life. Compassion, in the Buddhist sense, is not pity. It is not sentimentality. It is a deep, instinctive recognition. Your suffering is also mine. Your joy is also mine. We are threads of the same vast tapestry. And when this recognition settles into awareness, the world transforms, not because the world changed, but because the heart did. The nature of true compassion. Compassion begins with a simple understanding: all beings desire happiness, and all beings seek to avoid suffering. Every action, wise or unwise, is rooted in this universal longing. When we look at others through this lens, judgment softens, anger loosens. Even the harshest behavior begins to appear not as evil, but as confusion, a misguided attempt to find safety, belonging, or peace. Compassion does not excuse harmful actions. It simply sees deeper than the surface. It sees the pain beneath the behavior, the fear beneath the anger, the longing beneath the chaos. Compassion is the courage to look at suffering, our own or another's, and instead of turning away, whisper gently, "I am here with you." A story of the willow tree and the injured bird. Let me share with you a quiet story newly woven for this journey, one that speaks to the essence of compassion. On the edge of a vast field stood a willow tree, whose branches flowed like soft rivers of green. For decades, the tree had watched seasons pass: spring blossoms, summer heat, autumn winds, winter silence. One winter morning, an injured bird fell at the foot of the willow, shivering with cold and fear. The willow could not move from its place, nor speak, nor gather food. But as the harsh wind swept across the field, the willow bent low, letting its long branches shield the bird from the cold. Hour after hour, it stayed that way, holding the tiny creature within a sanctuary of leaves. The bird survived the winter. When spring returned, the bird, now strong again, sang a song of gratitude each dawn perched on the willow's highest branch. The willow never asked for thanks. It simply did what it could with the nature it had for the life before it. This is compassion, not grand gestures, not heroic sacrifice, but the willingness to give what we can from where we stand with the heart we have. Compassion begins with ourselves. Many seekers try to cultivate compassion outwardly while treating themselves with harshness inside. They offer kindness to others, but demand perfection from themselves. They forgive others' mistakes, but carry their own like heavy stones. But true compassion cannot flourish in a divided heart. The Buddha taught that the person most deserving of your compassion is you, not because you are more important, but because you are the person whose suffering you experience most intimately. When you deny yourself compassion, your heart becomes tight. When you berate yourself, your heart becomes wounded, and a wounded heart struggles to open fully to others. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is not weakness. It is the soil from which all other compassion grows. Treat yourself gently. Speak to yourself with kindness. Acknowledge your wounds without shame. Hold your heart the way a parent holds a trembling child. When you do this, the heart softens naturally, and compassion begins to expand outward without effort. How compassion dissolves. The illusion of separation. Suffering often isolates us. It convinces us that we are alone, that others cannot understand that our pain is uniquely ours. But compassion reveals that suffering is universal. Every person you meet carries fears they hide, wounds they guard, and dreams they silently hope for. When we recognize this shared vulnerability, the illusion of separation begins to dissolve. Compassion transforms the way we see. The angry person becomes someone hurting. The rude person becomes someone overwhelmed. The distant person becomes someone afraid to trust. The cruel person becomes someone who has forgotten their own heart. The suffering person becomes a reflection of ourselves. This shift is not naive. It is profound. It is the vision of the awakened heart. Compassion and strength. Many people fear compassion because they associate it with weakness. They believe that to be compassionate is to be easily manipulated, overly emotional, or unable to set boundaries. In truth, compassion is strength. The Buddha described it as a lion's heart, courageous, steady, and unwavering. Compassion stands firm in the presence of suffering without collapsing under its weight. It allows us to say yes when needed, no when necessary, and I understand whenever possible. Compassion does not mean allowing harm. It does not mean tolerating injustice. It means responding to suffering with clarity instead of anger, with understanding instead of fear. Compassion is strength with softness. It is power guided by love, a heart that sees clearly. When compassion and mindfulness work together, the heart becomes clear. We no longer react blindly to others' behavior. We see the causes, the conditions, the stories beneath their choices. And this clarity becomes wisdom. A compassionate heart does not cling to suffering. It transforms suffering into connection. It transforms pain into understanding. It transforms isolation into oneness. Through compassion, we rediscover what the Buddha taught, that no being exists alone. Each life touches countless others in visible and invisible ways. Whenever we ease one moment of suffering, even in the smallest way, we change the entire web of existence. A closing reflection. As compassion takes root in your heart, you may feel yourself becoming more sensitive, but this sensitivity is not fragility. It is awareness. It is connection. It is awakening. And slowly, gently, compassion reveals a truth deeper than words. You are not separate from the world. You are woven into it. And every act of compassion is an act of liberation for yourself and for all beings. May your heart continue to open like a lotus rising from muddy water. May compassion become your breath, your refuge, your offering. May you discover the boundless joy hidden in caring deeply. There is a moment on the spiritual path when the world begins to feel different, not because anything outside has changed, but because the heart has started to sense the hidden connections that hold everything together. What once seemed separate begins to feel woven. What once felt distant becomes intimate. What once appeared isolated is now seen as part of a larger breathing unity. This awakening to interconnectedness is one of the most profound dimensions of Buddhist wisdom. It is the realization that nothing exists alone. Nothing arises independently. Nothing stands apart from the vast web of causes and conditions that shape every moment of our lives. To understand this truth is to see with new eyes, eyes that do not divide but embrace, eyes that do not judge but understand, eyes that do not separate self from other but recognize the shared pulse of life in everything. The Buddha taught that to exist is to interexist. To live is to interbe. The universe as a web of causes and conditions. Everything that lives is held within a boundless network of interactions. Rain that fills the river comes from clouds shaped by winds, born from oceans, warmed by sunlight that traveled millions of miles. A single cup of tea contains soil, farmers' rainstorms, minerals, sunlight, and countless unseen hands. Your breath enters because trees exhale. Your heartbeat depends on the food grown by the earth. Your thoughts arise from language given by generations before you. Your life is stitched into the lives of others in ways you may never fully know. Nothing is truly mine. Nothing is truly yours. Everything is ours. This understanding does not erase individuality. It reveals its foundation. A story of the two painters. Let me share a gentle story crafted for this journey, a story that illuminates the truth of interbeing in a quiet, poetic way. In a riverside village lived two painters, one young, fiery, ambitious, the other old, patient, and deeply observant. The young painter struggled with jealousy. Every time the elder painter completed a work, the villagers praised its simplicity, its warmth, its depth. The young painter felt overshadowed and resentful. One morning, the elder invited him on a walk by the river. They stopped where a large stone jutted from the water. The elder dipped his brush into the river and began painting on the stone's surface. "Why paint here?" the young painter asked. "The river will wash it away." "That is why," the elder replied. "Watch." The water slowly blurred the brush strokes, carrying fragments of color downstream. "Where is your painting now?" the young painter asked. The elder smiled. "Everywhere." The confusion on the young painter's face softened as realization dawned. "Nothing I create is mine alone," the elder continued. The river helped carry the pigment. The stone offered its surface. The water shaped the final image. Even the villagers' eyes complete my paintings. My work is merely one part of a much larger creation. The young painter looked at the river humbled. He had believed himself separate, alone in his art. But now he understood every creation is co-created. Every life is co-lived. No one stands alone. The illusion of separate selves. Most suffering comes from the illusion of separation. The belief that I am here and you are there. My pain is mine. Your happiness is yours. My actions don't affect the world. This illusion creates loneliness, fear, greed, competition, and violence. It makes us forget that every word spoken touches another being. Every gesture ripples outward. Every choice shifts the balance of the world around us. The Buddha taught that if we understood interconnectedness deeply, compassion would arise naturally. We would no longer harm others because harming others would feel like harming ourselves. And in truth, it is. How interbeing changes the way we live. When we recognize our interconnected nature, the heart undergoes a quiet transformation. Judgment softens because we see that circumstances shape behavior. Gratitude deepens because we realize how many unseen contributions sustain our lives. Responsibility grows because we understand that every action sends ripples across the fabric of existence. Generosity flourishes because giving to others feels like giving to ourselves. Competition fades because we see that we rise together. Every choice becomes sacred, not because it must be perfect, but because it is part of a whole, seeing ourselves in others. Interbeing reveals that inside every person is a story shaped by countless conditions, childhood experiences, cultural influences, inherited fears, unmet needs, and unseen struggles. When you see someone suffering, you can recognize a version of yourself, another human navigating uncertainty, longing for happiness, fearing loss. Their tears resemble your tears. Their fears resemble your fears. Their dreams resemble your dreams. The boundaries dissolve, the heart opens, and connection becomes natural. The earth as our shared body. Interbeing extends beyond humans. It includes rivers, forests, animals, clouds, oceans. Their well-being is our well-being. Their suffering is our suffering. Their healing is our healing. A tree is not just a tree, it is a breath-giving companion. A river is not just water, it is life flowing through all beings. The soil is not just dirt, it is the foundation of nourishment for every living creature. To harm the earth is to harm ourselves. To heal the earth is to heal ourselves. This understanding turns environmental care into an act of love rather than duty. Mindfulness as a bridge to interbeing. When we practice mindfulness, the illusion of separation begins to dissolve naturally. As the mind becomes quiet, we start to perceive the subtle connections that are always present. The body moving with the breath moving with the air moving with the trees moving with the earth moving with the universe. We begin to feel held, supported, embraced by existence itself. And from that feeling arises a profound sense of belonging, not to a group, not to a nation, not to an identity, but to life as a whole. A closing reflection. As you let these teachings sink into your heart, consider the possibility that you have never taken a single breath alone. Every breath was supported by sunlight, by clouds, by forests, by the quiet work of countless beings. You have never lived a moment untouched by the world, and the world has never lived a moment untouched by you. The Buddha taught he who sees interdependence sees the Dharma. He who sees the Dharma sees the truth. May this understanding soften your fear of isolation. May it deepen your compassion for all beings. May it awaken within you the joy of belonging to everything. There is a moment in every life when holding on becomes heavier than letting go. We cling to memories, identities, relationships, expectations, emotions, hoping that if we grip tightly enough, the world will stay still. But nothing in the universe stays still. Rivers keep flowing. Clouds keep moving. Time keeps unfolding. Even mountains erode grain by grain. The Buddha taught that much of human suffering arises not from what life brings, but from our refusal to release what life has already taken away. In this way, letting go is not a loss. It is a return to the natural flow of existence, a return to spaciousness, a return to ourselves. Letting go is not abandonment. It is not indifference. It is not giving up. Letting go is the deep wisdom of knowing what no longer needs to be carried. It is the quiet courage of loosening the hand that clings so another hand, gentler, wiser, can take its place. Why we hold on? We hold on because the mind fears emptiness. We hold on because we seek stability in an unstable world. We hold on because uncertainty feels frightening. We hold on because we confuse familiarity with safety. Yet paradoxically, the very things we hold on to often become our prisons. A memory turns into longing. A desire turns into frustration. A hope turns into disappointment. A grudge turns into bitterness. A fear turns into avoidance. Letting go is not the enemy. Clinging is. Clinging asks life to be something it cannot be unchanging. Letting go allows life to be what it is, fluid. A story of the river stone. To illuminate this truth more gently, let me share a story created for this journey. A young traveler once sought wisdom from a reclusive hermit who lived beside a river. When the traveler arrived, the hermit handed him a smooth river stone and said, "Hold this tightly." Confused but obedient, the traveler gripped the stone in his fist. Minutes passed. His hand grew tired. His fingers ached. His arm trembled. "How does it feel?" the hermit asked. "It hurts," the traveler said. "My hand feels trapped." The hermit nodded. "And what if I told you the suffering ends the moment you open your hand?" The traveler slowly relaxed his fingers. The stone fell with a soft thud into the grass. Relief rushed into his hand, a release so simple it almost felt like a revelation. The hermit smiled gently. "Most suffering," he said, "is just the refusal to let go of something that is already heavy." This story carries a quiet teaching. The pain often lies not in life itself, but in the gripping. Letting go of thoughts. that no longer serve us. Thoughts are like clouds. They arise and dissolve naturally when left alone, but the mind tends to hold on to them, replaying conversations, reimagining past mistakes, worrying about what might happen. We believe that by thinking more, we will find answers. But often, the opposite happens. The more we think, the more tangled the mind becomes. The more we grip a thought, the more power it gains. Letting go of thoughts is not about erasing the mind. It is about seeing thoughts as temporary events, mental weather passing through the sky of awareness. A thought arises, observe it. A fear arises, breathe with it. A worry arises, let it drift. As we do this, the mind becomes lighter, clearer, more spacious. Letting go of old identities. Many people suffer not because life is painful now, but because they cling to a version of themselves that no longer exists. They hold on to old stories. I must be this strong. I cannot fail. I am the one who always sacrifices. I am the one who never gets chosen. I am not worthy of love. These identities are illusions, echoes of past moments shaped by old fears and interpretations. When we cling to them, we limit our growth. Letting go of identity is not losing yourself. It is finding your true self beneath all the layers. It is remembering that you are not defined by what happened to you, by what others said, or by who you were yesterday. You are a moving, breathing, evolving being, constantly becoming. Letting go in relationships. To love is to allow. To let go is also to allow. Letting go in relationships does not always mean walking away. Sometimes letting go means releasing the need to control the need to be right, the expectation that someone must fulfill your unfinished inner story, the hope that another person will stay unchanged. When we cling to others, love becomes heavy. When we loosen our grip, love becomes free. True love is spacious. It lets the other breathe. It lets yourself breathe. It allows what is natural to unfold. Letting go of outcomes. This may be the hardest form of letting go, releasing the need for life to follow a specific script. We plan, we hope, we dream, we imagine, we anticipate. And when life unfolds differently, we fight reality as though reality owes us an explanation. But every expectation carries the seed of suffering because expectations ask the future to obey the mind. Letting go of outcomes is not apathy. It is trust that life unfolds with a wisdom the mind cannot grasp. It is the courage to meet each moment as it is without the weight of should. The peace that arises when we finally release letting go is not an action. It is a state of being. It is the softening of the fist, the loosening of the jaw, the calming of the breath, the unwinding of the heart. It is the moment when resistance ends and acceptance begins. In that moment, suffering loses its anchor. Letting go does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop carrying what is not yours. Letting go through mindfulness. Mindfulness teaches us that every moment becomes lighter when we stop gripping it. The more we observe, the less we cling. Observe the breath, it arrives, it leaves. Observe a thought, it arises, it fades. Observe a feeling, it intensifies, it softens. Observe life, it begins, it changes. Letting go becomes not a task, but a natural response to seeing clearly. A closing reflection. Consider the possibility that nothing you have ever lost was meant to stay. Consider the possibility that life has never taken anything from you. It has only returned things to their natural flow. Consider the possibility that letting go is not the end, but the beginning of peace. The Buddha said, "In letting go, we find freedom. In freedom, we find our true nature. May your hands grow lighter. May your heart grow spacious. May you release gently what no longer belongs to you. And may you discover in that release the quiet joy that has been waiting for you all along. There is a profound peace available to us, one that does not depend on perfect circumstances, predictable outcomes, or the world falling neatly into place. It is a peace that unfolds the moment we stop struggling against life and begin allowing life to be exactly what it is. This peace is called acceptance. Acceptance is not passive. It is not defeat. It is not resignation. Acceptance is the calm recognition that reality is already happening, and our resistance to reality is the very root of suffering. When we accept, we do not give up. We wake up. We awaken to what is real. We awaken to what is possible. We awaken to the truth that peace is not found in controlling life, but in harmonizing with it. Acceptance is the soft doorway through which freedom quietly enters. The misunderstanding of acceptance. Many people fear acceptance because they believe that to accept something is to approve of it, agree with it, or become powerless in its presence. But acceptance is none of these things. Acceptance simply means seeing things clearly, without the fog of judgment, expectation, or denial. It is the clarity that arises when we stop insisting that the present moment be different. This clarity gives rise to wisdom, and from wisdom, skillful action becomes possible. Acceptance is not the end of change, it is the beginning of meaningful change. The storm and the tree. To capture this essence, let me share a story woven specifically for this journey, one that speaks softly to the heart of acceptance. In a quiet valley stood a tree known for its strength. Its trunk was thick, its branches wide, its roots deep. One autumn day, as dark clouds gathered, a fierce storm swept across the valley. Winds roared, rain hammered the earth, and lightning cracked open the sky. The tree resisted. It clenched its branches against the rushing wind. It stiffened its trunk. It fought to remain unmoved, but the harder it resisted, the more violently the wind shook it. Branches snapped. Bark tore. The tree trembled under the pressure of its own rigidity. Nearby stood a smaller willow tree. Unlike the great tree, the willow did not resist. It bent with each gust. It swayed with the rhythm of the storm. It bowed when the wind grew fierce, and because it yielded, it endured. When morning came, the great tree stood wounded, stripped of many limbs. But the willow remained whole, shimmering with raindrops. The storm had not spared either tree, but acceptance had spared the willow from unnecessary suffering. This is the power of acceptance, not to remove the storms of life, but to move with them rather than against them. Resistance. The silent source of suffering. Most suffering arises not from circumstances themselves, but from our resistance to those circumstances. Pain says, "This hurts." Resistance says, "This should not be happening." Suffering is born from the second voice. We resist endings because we want permanence. We resist beginnings because we fear the unknown. We resist emotions because they feel overwhelming. We resist others because they do not match our expectations. We resist ourselves because we believe we should be different than we are. Every time we say no to reality, tension grows. Every time we soften into yes, the heart loosens. Acceptance is the quiet yes that says, "This is what is here. I see it. I acknowledge it. I breathe with it." Acceptance and emotional healing emotions are not enemies. They are messengers. Sadness tells us what we value. Fear tells us where we feel unsafe. Anger tells us where boundaries were crossed. Loneliness tells us where connection is needed. But when we resist emotions, when we push them down or deny them, they grow stronger, heavier, more tangled. Acceptance does not mean drowning in emotion. It means allowing emotion to appear, move, and pass naturally, like waves rising and fading on the ocean's surface. When we stop resisting our inner world, we begin to heal. Acceptance in relationships. So much relational suffering arises from the belief that others should think like us, act like us, behave like us, or fulfill expectations they cannot see. Acceptance in relationships does not mean tolerating harm. It means seeing others clearly without projecting our desires onto them. Acceptance says, I see you as you are, not as I imagine you should be. When we accept others not as a formality but as a heartfelt recognition, we create space for genuine connection. Love becomes spacious. Understanding becomes possible. Compassion naturally deepens. Acceptance is the soil in which healthy love grows. Acceptance and letting go. Acceptance and letting go are twin practices, two petals of the same flower. Letting go releases what is no longer aligned. Acceptance embraces what remains. We cannot let go without first accepting. We cannot accept without eventually letting go. Together, they form a path toward inner peace, a movement from resistance to openness, from tension to spaciousness, from illusion to truth. A different kind of strength. Many imagine strength as the ability to withstand difficulty with unshakable force. But true strength is flexibility. True strength is softness. True strength is the courage to bow to the moment instead of battling it. The Buddha taught that the strongest beings are those who can meet life with openness, not with rigidity, with clarity, not with denial, with presence, not with escape. Acceptance is this strength. It is the strength of water, yielding yet unstoppable. Acceptance as a spiritual practice. To cultivate acceptance, begin not with the large struggles of life, but the small moments. Accept the sound of traffic. Accept the changing weather. Accept the delay in your plans. Accept the mood you wake up in. Accept the imperfections of the moment. Accept your breath as it is shallow or deep, soft or uneven. Each small acceptance trains the mind to release resistance. Slowly, gently, naturally, acceptance becomes your way of meeting life. Not with fear, not with struggle, not with tightening, but with presence. A closing reflection. There will always be moments that do not go as planned. There will be storms you cannot prevent. There will be changes you did not choose. There will be endings that arrive too soon. There will be seasons that test your heart. But in every moment, there is also the possibility of peace. A peace that blooms the instant you whisper, I allow this moment to be what it is. I allow myself to be as I am. I choose to meet life with openness instead of resistance. The Buddha said, when the mind accepts the moment completely, suffering ends. May acceptance become your refuge. May it soften what is tight. May it bring clarity where there is confusion. May it open your heart to the reality in front of you and reveal the quiet freedom waiting within it. There is a quiet power within the human spirit that often remains unseen until life tests its strength. This power is resilience, not the harsh resilience of forcing oneself to endure, but the gentle, steady resilience born from wisdom, presence, and compassion. Buddhist resilience is not about pushing through pain with gritted teeth. It is about moving with life, not against it, about bending without breaking, about meeting hardship with clarity rather than fear. In the teachings of the Buddha, resilience is not something we acquire. It is something we remember, a capacity already living within us, waiting to be awakened. Every being has the ability to rise again, to grow again, to breathe again, Even after the deepest sorrow or the heaviest storm, resilience is not the absence of struggle. It is the ability to return to peace after the storm passes. Hardship as a teacher. Life will always bring challenges: illness, loss, separation, uncertainty, endings we did not choose, and beginnings we did not expect. The Buddha never promised a life free from suffering. Instead, he taught us how to face suffering skillfully, so it becomes a source of growth instead of despair. Hardship, when met with awareness, becomes a teacher that shapes the character, strengthens the heart, and reveals truths we could not see before. When we suffer, we often ask, "Why is this happening to me?" But Buddhist resilience invites a different question. What is this moment teaching me? This shift from resistance to curiosity becomes the first spark of strength. A story of the bamboo and the mountain wind. To illuminate this more deeply, let me share a story crafted for this path. At the foot of a mountain grew a grove of bamboo. Nearby stood a young cedar tree, proud and upright, its branches stretching confidently toward the sky. One winter, a powerful storm swept through the valley. Winds howled like wild spirits, bending everything in their path. The bamboo swayed with the wind bowing low, rising again, bowing once more. The cedar, strong and rigid, refused to bend. As the storm grew fiercer, the cedar strained against the wind. Its trunk groaned under pressure. It fought to remain upright, clinging to its belief that strength meant never yielding. Then, with a sudden crack, the cedar snapped. When morning came, the grove of bamboo stood whole, each stalk shimmering with dew. The broken cedar lay across the ground, strong but unyielding, powerful but unable to bend. The mountain wind whispered a simple truth. Resilience belongs not to the rigid, but to the flexible. We often try to be like the cedar, unyielding, invincible. But true resilience is the way of the bamboo, bending, adapting, flowing with the storms of life, rather than resisting them. Resilience through impermanence. Impermanence, which we explored before, is one of the foundations of resilience. When we understand that no emotion lasts forever, no pain stays unchanged, no circumstance remains fixed, we begin to relax into the flow of life. Sorrow will rise and fall. Fear will appear and fade. Confusion will come and go. Even despair has a cycle, a beginning, a climax, and an ending. When we see hardship as temporary, resilience awakens naturally. We endure not by forcing ourselves to be strong, but by trusting that change is already on its way. The deepest suffering comes not from painful events, but from the belief that they will never end. When we truly understand impermanence, we breathe easier. We find patience. We find perspective. We find steadiness. Resilience. Through mindfulness. Mindfulness empowers resilience by giving us space between experience and reaction. When we observe pain instead of drowning in it, it loses its ability to overwhelm. A moment of mindfulness creates room to breathe, room to soften, room to choose a wise response instead of a fearful one. When we observe suffering without judgment, we stop adding the second layer of anguish. This shouldn't be happening. I can't handle this. I'm broken. I'm failing. Mindfulness involves gently shifting the inner dialogue toward truth. This is difficult. This is painful. I am breathing through this moment. I will not always feel this way. This soft awareness becomes the foundation of resilience. Resilience through compassion. Compassion both for ourselves and for others is another pillar of Buddhist resilience. Without compassion, hardship hardens the heart. With compassion, hardship deepens wisdom. When we meet our own pain with gentleness, we reclaim inner strength. When we forgive ourselves for struggling, we gain the capacity to rise. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is the medicine for emotional exhaustion. It is the nourishment the heart needs in order to continue. When we tell ourselves, "I am trying my best," or "It's okay to feel this way," or "May I be kind to myself," in this moment, the heart softens and resilience grows. Compassion does not erase difficulty. It gives us the courage to face it. Resilience through wise perspective. Resilience also arises when we understand that suffering is not a personal failure. It is a universal human experience. Every being you have ever met, strong or fragile, confident or shy, has faced storms of their own. We do not suffer because we are weak or flawed. We suffer because we are alive. When we remember this, shame dissolves. Isolation softens. The burden becomes lighter. And from this lighter space, resilience begins to bloom. Resilience. Through allowing. One of the most surprising aspects of Buddhist resilience is that it is not built through pushing ourselves harder, but through allowing ourselves to feel fully. Allowing emotions to arise. Allowing sadness to wash through. Allowing uncertainty to exist without needing an immediate answer. The heart is resilient, not because it is armored, but because it is open. To allow is not to surrender to hopelessness. It is to surrender to truth. Truth is always kinder than resistance. Resilience through awakening. As resilience deepens, something extraordinary begins to happen. We become less afraid of life. We no longer fear falling because we trust our ability to rise. We no longer fear change because we trust our ability to adapt. We no longer fear pain because we trust our ability to hold it with compassion. And in this freedom from fear, a new form of strength awakens, quiet, confident, steady. A closing reflection. You have already survived storms that once felt impossible. You have already risen from moments that once seemed unbearable. You have already carried weights you thought would break you. This is resilience, not the loud, dramatic kind, but the silent resilience that lives in your breath, your heartbeat, your willingness to continue. The Buddha taught, "As the great ocean is crossed one wave at a time, so life is endured one moment at a time." May resilience take root in your heart like bamboo, flexible, grounded, gentle. May you bend without breaking. May you rise without force. May you discover the strength that comes not from hardness, but from softness. There is a doorway to peace so simple, so immediate, so ever-present, that most people walk past it their entire lives. It is not hidden in distant temples, nor reserved for monks seated in mountain monasteries. It is not found in the past, nor is it waiting in the future. The doorway is the present moment, and the key to that doorway is mindfulness. Mindfulness is not merely a technique. It is a way of being, an intimate returning to life exactly as it is. It is the art of inhabiting this breath, this step, this sound, this feeling. It is waking up from the haze of automatic living and rediscovering the miracle concealed within ordinary experience. Mindfulness is the gentle awareness that says, "I am here, truly here, for my own life." Why we lose the present moment. Human beings are often physically present, but mentally elsewhere. We live in the past, replaying conversations, revisiting regrets, trying to rewrite memories that cannot be changed. Or we leap into the future, planning, predicting, worrying, imagining all the ways things might unfold. The mind becomes a restless traveler, moving everywhere, landing nowhere. This wandering mind creates tension, confusion, dissatisfaction. We feel ungrounded because the mind is rarely rooted in what is real. Only the present moment is real. Everything else is a memory or an imagination. When mindfulness is absent, life becomes a blur. When mindfulness is present, life becomes luminous. A story of the old monk and the falling leaf. There was once a young novice who asked an old monk master, "What is the essence of mindfulness? How can I learn to be fully present?" The old monk did not answer right away. Instead, he invited the novice to walk with him through the monastery garden. As they walked, a single yellow leaf drifted down from a tree. The old monk stopped watching it fall gently to the ground. "Did you see that?" he asked. "Yes," the novice replied. "A leaf fell." The old monk shook his head softly. "No, you noticed that a leaf fell, but you did not see it." The novice frowned, unsure of the difference. The monk continued, "To see a leaf fall is to see the sunlight that nourished it, the rain that shaped it, the wind that carried it, the seasons that ripened it, and the tree that released it. It is to see the entire universe within this single moment. Mindfulness is not merely noticing, it is awakening to the fullness of what is happening." The novice stood silent, understanding slowly dawning. The monk smiled and said, "When you are truly present, nothing is ordinary. Even a falling leaf becomes a doorway to understanding. This is mindfulness, the ability to see deeply, not merely look, to live fully, not merely pass through experience." The beauty of returning mindfulness is not about controlling thoughts, achieving perfection, or stopping the mind. The mind will wander. It has wandered for thousands of years. Mindfulness is simply the act of returning. Returning to the breath. Returning to the body. Returning to what is happening right now. Every return is an act of love. Every return is a small awakening. Every return is a moment of coming home. Even if you return 1,000 times, it is not failure. The Buddha taught, each return to the present moment is a moment of enlightenment. The mind as a clear lake. When the mind is restless, experience becomes distorted, much like trying to see your reflection in a lake whipped by wind. The image wavers and breaks. But when the lake becomes still, the reflection becomes clear. Mindfulness stills the waters of the mind, not by force but by gentle observation. We do not push thoughts away. We do not chase after them. We simply see them as ripples and let them settle on their own. Clarity arises not from effort, but from ease. Mindfulness of the breath. The breath is one of the greatest teachers of the present moment. It is always with you, always moving, always inviting you back to now. Inhale. Exhale. Life begins again. When we follow the breath with awareness, the mind softens. Thoughts appear but no longer dominate. Emotions arise but no longer control us. The world continues its noise, but a sanctuary opens inside. The breath is your anchor in the storm, your lantern in the darkness, your compass when you feel lost. Mindfulness of the body. Many people live disconnected from their own bodies, moving through life without feeling their steps, their posture, their tension, their fatigue. The body speaks constantly, yet we rarely listen. Mindfulness teaches us to return to the body with kindness, to feel the ground beneath our feet, to notice the rise and fall of the chest, to acknowledge the tension we carry, to soften where we can. When the mind is overwhelmed, the body becomes the doorway back to the present. When emotions feel heavy, the body grounds us in simplicity. The body never lies. It always brings us home. Mindfulness of emotions. To be mindful of emotions is not to suppress them. It is to hold them lightly, like a mother holding a child who is crying. We do not judge. We do not push away. We offer space. When anger arises, we say, "Hello, anger, I see you." When sadness arises, "Hello, sadness, I am here with you." When joy arises, "Hello, joy, I welcome you." Emotions soften when they are seen with tenderness. They transform when they are embraced gently. Mindfulness does not eliminate emotion. It transforms our relationship with emotion. Mindfulness in daily life. Mindfulness is not limited to meditation cushions. It is meant to infuse every moment. Eating slowly, tasting each bite. Walking gently, feeling each step. Listening deeply without preparing a response. Drinking tea with full awareness. Resting without guilt. Breathing with gratitude. Speaking with intention. When mindfulness becomes a way of living, even ordinary moments feel sacred. Mindfulness and the end of inner conflict. Most inner conflict arises from being divided, pulled between past regrets and future fears. Mindfulness dissolves this division. It unifies the mind. It harmonizes the heart. It brings the scattered parts of ourselves back into wholeness. When we inhabit the present moment, fully, conflict loses its fuel. The present moment does not demand perfection. It only asks for presence. A closing reflection. The present moment is not a place you must earn. It is not a reward for discipline. It is not a destination at the end of a long spiritual journey. It is your home, one breath away, waiting patiently, always open. Mindfulness is the gentle hand that leads you back. The Buddha said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. May mindfulness become the lamp that illuminates your path. May it return you to yourself again and again. May it reveal the peace that has always been here, quiet, steady, unwavering. There is a tenderness within every human heart, a quiet pulse of empathy, a natural instinct to comfort suffering, a longing to ease the burdens of others. This tenderness is compassion, one of the most luminous qualities in Buddhist teachings. Compassion is not weakness. It is not sentimental softness. It is the courageous willingness to feel, to understand, and to respond to the suffering of ourselves and others with gentleness. Compassion is strength in its purest form. Strength that does not dominate, but embraces. Strength that does not silence pain, but listens to it. Strength that does not turn away, but leans in. In Buddhism, compassion is not just an emotion. It is a path, a practice, a way of living. To cultivate compassion is to cultivate humanity itself. The seed of compassion already lives in you. Every person is born with the capacity for compassion. But like any seed, it must be nurtured. Sometimes it lies dormant beneath layers of fear, defensiveness, past wounds, and rushed living. It waits patiently for the moment when the heart becomes still enough to hear the suffering around it and the suffering within itself. Compassion begins not with doing, but with seeing. Seeing clearly, seeing deeply, seeing beyond appearances. To see someone suffering is to remember that they too have dreams and disappointments, fears and hopes, scars and stories. To see our own suffering is to recognize our shared humanity. Compassion arises naturally when we pause long enough to notice. A tale of the lantern maker. To illuminate this deeply, let me share a story created uniquely for this path. A story of compassion that moves quietly like a lantern glow. In a small village near a winding river lived an elderly lantern maker named Han. His lanterns were rumored to hold a special warmth, as though each one carried a fragment of moonlight. Travelers came from distant places to buy his lanterns for festivals, weddings, and sacred ceremonies. One winter evening, a young man entered the lantern maker's workshop. His clothes were worn, his face tired, and his hands trembling with cold. "I need a lantern," the young man said softly, "but I cannot pay much." The lantern maker studied him gently. "A lantern for what occasion?" "For my mother," the young man whispered. "She is ill. She cannot leave her bed. She said she wished to see light again just once before her eyes grow dim." The lantern maker nodded. He walked to his shelves and selected a lantern unlike any other, crafted from thin silk, the color of dawn, with golden threads woven into its delicate frame. It was a lantern he had been saving, waiting for the right moment to release. But instead of giving it immediately, he returned to his workbench and lit a fresh candle inside. As the lantern glowed, the young man gasped. It was as if sunrise had blossomed inside a single flame. "Take this," the lantern maker said gently, placing the lantern in the young man's trembling hands. "I cannot afford this," the young man protested. "Please give me a simpler one." The lantern maker shook his head. "Some lanterns are not meant to be sold." And with a warm smile, he added, "Light is not something we keep. Light is something we pass on." The young man walked home through the cold night, the lantern illuminating his path. And as he entered the small cottage where his mother lay, the light reflected in her fading eyes, gentle, warm, full of love. The lantern maker never knew how many hearts that light touched. He only knew that compassion multiplies when given freely, like flame from one candle to another. Compassion begins with ourselves. Many people find it easy to feel compassion for others, but impossible to offer it to themselves. They extend endless understanding outward, yet hold themselves to impossible standards. But in Buddhist practice, compassion must start within. Without self-compassion, the heart becomes exhausted, brittle, drained. Self-compassion is the awareness that you too are worthy of kindness. You too deserve patience. You too are allowed to make mistakes. You too are a being in the process of learning. The Buddha taught that just as a mother protects her only child with her life, we must learn to hold our own pain with that same tenderness. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is emotional oxygen. Without it, we cannot breathe deeply enough to care for others. The courage to see pain without turning away. Compassion requires courage. The courage to face suffering without denial, to witness pain without being overwhelmed, to acknowledge wounds without recoiling. Most people avoid their own suffering because it feels too heavy. They avoid the suffering of others because it feels too painful. But avoidance creates distance. Distance creates numbness. Numbness creates isolation. Compassion closes the distance. When we stay present with suffering, not to fix it, but to accompany it, our presence becomes medicine. A listening ear can be medicine. A gentle word can be medicine. A moment of silence can be medicine. Compassion does not demand solutions. It demands presence. Compassion as deep understanding. In Buddhism, compassion is inseparable from understanding. To understand someone's suffering is to enter their world without judgment. It is to recognize the causes and conditions that shape them. No one acts without reasons. No one suffers without causes. No one becomes who they are without stories untold. Understanding dissolves anger. Understanding softens blame. Understanding transforms conflict into connection. When we understand, compassion flows naturally like a stream running downhill. Compassion in daily life. Compassion is not found only in grand gestures. It lives in the small moments, holding the door for someone whose hands are full, letting a stranger merge into traffic, offering patience to those who move slower than you, speaking kindly when harshness feels easier, smiling at someone who looks invisible, listening fully without rushing, saying, It's okay. I've been there too. These small acts create ripples across the world, ripples we may never see, but which may touch lives in ways we cannot imagine. Compassion and resilience. Compassion softens the heart, but it also strengthens it. A compassionate heart is resilient because it does not fight against suffering, it embraces it with wisdom. When we cultivate compassion, we become like the bamboo from the earlier story, flexible, steady, unfearful of bending. Compassion is the antidote to despair, the balm for loneliness, the bridge across conflict, the force that keeps communities alive, the transformation. Compassion. Compassion transforms us. It expands our capacity to love. It deepens our understanding of others. It heals our relationship with ourselves. It nurtures patience, forgiveness, and peace. It opens the heart to the interconnectedness of all beings. Compassion also transforms the world. A compassionate society becomes a place where suffering is not ignored. A compassionate community becomes a safe haven for healing. A compassionate world becomes a world where peace has a chance to root deeply. A closing reflection. Somewhere right now, someone is suffering in silence. Somewhere right now, someone is longing to be seen. Somewhere right now, someone carries a weight too heavy to lift alone. And somewhere right now, you have the ability to offer a single moment of compassion that could change everything. The Buddha said, "If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path. May compassion be the lamp you carry into every moment. May it soften your heart, strengthen your spirit, and guide your actions. May it remind you that no one walks alone, not even you." There is a truth so simple, so universal, so quietly woven into every moment of existence that we often overlook it entirely. Everything changes. Every breath, every emotion, every season, every life, each one arises, unfolds, fades, and disappears. This natural rhythm is called impermanence, one of the most profound teachings in Buddhism. Impermanence is not a threat. It is not a punishment. It is not something to fear. Impermanence is the reason flowers bloom, the reason wounds heal, the reason storms pass, and the reason transformation is possible. It is the heartbeat of existence, the constant movement that makes growth inevitable. When we resist impermanence, we suffer. When we embrace impermanence, we awaken. To understand impermanence is to understand life itself. The fear of change. Human beings cling to what is familiar even when it hurts. We cling to relationships long after they've ended. We cling to identities that no longer fit. We cling to routines, habits, memories, and illusions because the mind fears uncertainty. We want the things we love to last forever. We want the things we fear to disappear immediately. But life does not bend to desire. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from change, but from our refusal to accept change. Everything you cherish will transform. Everything you fear will also transform. No state, pleasant or painful, remains forever. To cling is to freeze a river. To accept is to learn how to swim. A story of the aging violin. To explore impermanence with gentleness, let me share a story crafted for this journey. In a bustling city lived an old violinist named Lucian. His violin was his most treasured companion. It had been with him for 40 years, through triumphs, heartbreaks, wanderings, and quiet evenings spent by candlelight. Its sound was warm, haunting, full of emotion that seemed to hold echoes of every place he had played. One winter night, as he practiced for a performance, a soft crack sounded from the violin's body. Lucian froze. His hands trembled. He examined the wood. Time had finally worn it thin. The violin, once strong, had aged beyond repair. Heartbroken Lucian brought it to a master craftsman. The craftsman examined it carefully, then looked up with kind eyes. "It is time," he said gently. Lucian felt the words like a cold wind. Time. For what? For this violin to rest, the craftsman said. It has given all it could. Its voice is tired, but its music remains in you. Lucian returned home carrying the silent violin. That night, instead of playing, he sat quietly with it on his lap. He remembered the streets where he had played, the friends he had made, the songs that had comforted strangers. The violin had been his voice when words failed him. As dawn broke, Lucian whispered, "Thank you," and placed the violin in a wooden box lined with cloth. The next week, he bought a new violin. Its tone was brighter, unfamiliar, full of possibilities. It did not replace the old one, it continued the journey. As he played the first notes on the new instrument, tears ran down his face, not from sorrow, but from gratitude. The old violin had shaped him. Its ending was not a loss, but a transition. Change had not stolen anything from him. It had simply opened another chapter. This story reveals the gentle truth of impermanence. Endings are not failures. They are thresholds. Impermanence as a source of liberation. When we embrace impermanence, a deep freedom arises. We stop forcing life to match our expectations. We stop clinging to what must naturally evolve. We stop resisting the current of time. Impermanence brings relief. It reminds us that pain too will pass. No fear lasts forever. No grief remains unchanged. No darkness avoids dawn. A difficult moment is temporary. A difficult chapter is temporary. A difficult season is temporary. Impermanence is the gentle promise that nothing will trap us in suffering forever. Impermanence deepens appreciation. When we forget impermanence, we take life for granted. But when we remember it, we begin to love more deeply. We cherish the people close to us. We savor moments we once rushed through. We speak more kindly, forgive more easily, and appreciate more fully. Because we know this sunrise will never happen again. This conversation is unique. This moment is unrepeatable. This breath is a miracle. Impermanence turns ordinary life into sacred experience, inviting impermanence into our relationships. Relationships are among the clearest mirrors of impermanence. People grow, circumstances shift, needs evolve, paths diverge. When we cling to how things used to be, we suffer. When we accept how things are, we find peace. Impermanence teaches us to love without grasping, to care without controlling, to appreciate without expecting permanence. Love becomes a gift, not a possession. Connection becomes fluid, not a cage. Relationships become spaces where freedom and tenderness coexist. Impermanence and the body. Our bodies are constant expressions of impermanence. Hair grays, skin wrinkles, strength fluctuates, energy rises and falls, health shifts with seasons. Instead of grieving these changes, we can honor them. They show we have lived. They show we have grown. They show we have experienced the world. Impermanence gives beauty to youth, meaning to aging, and dignity to every stage of life. Impermanence and emotional healing. Emotions, too, follow the rhythm of impermanence. Anger burns and fades. Joy brightens and softens. Sadness weighs down and then lifts. Fear tightens and then releases. When we allow emotions to arise and pass, they lose their power to overwhelm. We understand I feel this now, but it will change. This truth brings sanity to the heart. Living with impermanence as a spiritual path. To live with impermanence is to live awake, Awake to the fragility of time. Awake to the beauty of now. Awake to the preciousness of every encounter. Impermanence is not something to fear. It is something to honor, because it teaches us the art of holding gently, not squeezing, not clinging, but touching life lightly, lovingly, with open hands. A closing reflection. Everything you have ever loved has changed. Everything you will ever love will change, and yet life continues to offer beauty, not despite impermanence, but because of it. The Buddha said, "All things arise and pass away." Understanding this brings peace. May impermanence teach you not to fear endings, but to appreciate beginnings. May it remind you to cherish what is here now. May it help you release gently, love fully, and live freely. In every human life, there comes a moment, perhaps after a heartbreak, a loss, an unexpected change, or simply a quiet pause, when we suddenly realize how loud the world has become. Not only the outer world of duties, messages, expectations, and rushing days, but the inner world too. The swirling thoughts, the looping worries, the silent pressures we place upon ourselves. Amid all this noise, we long for peace, not temporary calm, not distraction, not escape, but true inner peace, the steady stillness that remains untouched by chaos. Buddhist wisdom teaches us that such peace is not something we gain from the world. It is something we uncover within ourselves. Peace is not a destination. It is a return to the quiet center of our being, a return to clarity beneath confusion, a return to the awareness beneath thought, a return to the home we have never truly left. Inner peace becomes possible the moment we remember where to look. The restlessness of the human mind. The human mind is naturally restless, jumping from one fear to another, analyzing endlessly, replaying memories, imagining outcomes, craving control over what cannot be controlled. The Buddha compared the mind to a monkey, energetic, unstable, constantly leaping from branch to branch. But beneath this restless surface lies a stillness as vast as the ocean floor. Most people never reach it because they identify with the waves instead of the depth. True inner peace begins when we stop chasing every thought and start observing the mind like a vast sky watching clouds drift by. This shift from identification to observation is the gateway to stillness, a story of the stone garden. To illuminate the essence of inner peace, let me share a story created for this journey, quiet and simple, but carrying a deep truth. In a small monastery situated high in the mountains, there lived a young monk named Ren. Ren struggled greatly with meditation. His mind raced constantly, worries about the future, memories of the past, endless questions about his worth and purpose. One morning, Ren approached the abbot. "Master," he said, "no matter how long I sit in meditation, my mind does not quiet. Peace seems impossible for me." The abbot nodded and invited Ren to follow him. They walked to a small garden made entirely of stones, smooth pebbles spread evenly across the ground. The abbot handed Ren a rake. "Make the stones perfectly still," he instructed. Ren frowned. "But master, the stones are already still." The abbot shook his head. "Not those stones, the ones inside you." Ren felt a wave of recognition wash over him. The abbot continued, "When you try to force the mind to be quiet, you stir the stones. When you allow thoughts to come and go naturally, the stones settle on their own." The abbot then handed Ren a large bowl of water. "Now watch this." He tapped the bowl lightly. Ripples spread across the surface. "Tell the water to be still," he said. Ren stared silently. "Your telling does nothing," the abbot said gently. "But if you stop touching the water, stop interfering, the ripples fade on their own. Ren watched, and slowly, the water settled into a clear, mirror-like stillness. This, the abbot whispered, is inner peace, not forced, not demanded, not manufactured, simply allowed. The lesson settled deeper than words. Ren finally understood. Peace cannot be forced. Peace arises when we stop disturbing the mind. Inner peace. Through allowing, most people try to create inner peace by controlling experience. They try to control emotions, control outcomes, control others, control the future. But control is the opposite of peace. Inner peace emerges when we soften our grip on life, allow emotions to arise and fade, allow thoughts to appear and pass, allow others to be as they are, allow circumstances to unfold, allow yourself to be imperfect and human. Peace is found not in tightening, but in loosening. Inner peace. Through letting go. Every heavy thought, every tension, every regret we carry becomes a stone in the heart. Letting go removes the stones one by one until space returns. The Buddha taught that inner peace comes naturally when we release the need to always be right, the fear of uncertainty, the desire to control others, the prison of past mistakes, the constant comparing of ourselves to others, the expectations that bind us. Letting go is not a skill of the mind. It is a relaxation of the heart. Inner peace. Through presence. Peace lives only in the present moment, not in the past, not in the future, both of which are constructs of thought. The present moment holds the quiet of a single breath, the stillness behind a heartbeat, the gentle sensation of your feet touching the ground, the subtle whisper of air moving across your skin. When we pay attention, the present moment becomes a sanctuary. Not because it is free of pain, but because it is free of mental dramatization. The present moment is simple. The mind is complicated. By returning to now again and again, we rediscover the peace we have overlooked. Inner peace. Through non-judgment. One of the heaviest burdens humans carry is judgment. This should be different. I should be better. They should treat me differently. My life should not be like this. Judgment is like adding weight stones to the heart. Non-judgment lifts them. When we allow each moment to exist without labeling it as good or bad, the mind begins to quiet. When we allow ourselves to be exactly who we are without harsh commentary, the heart softens. Non-judgment is not indifference. It is clarity. It allows us to see life without resistance, and in that clarity, peace naturally appears. Inner peace. Through silence. Silence is not the absence of sound. Silence is the absence of noise within. We do not need a silent room to experience inner silence. We only need a silent heart, a heart unburdened by endless commentary. Even in the midst of chaos, a silent heart can remain clear. This inner silence becomes a refuge, a place we can return to when the world becomes overwhelming. Inner peace. Through compassion. When we treat ourselves with compassion, peace grows. When we treat others with compassion, peace extends. Compassion dissolves conflict. Compassion softens the hardest memories. Compassion turns wounds into wisdom. Peace is not only a state, it is a kindness we offer to ourselves and the world. Inner peace. Through understanding. At the deepest level, inner peace arises from understanding. Understanding impermanence. Everything changes. Understanding non-self. Nothing arises independently. Understanding causes and conditions everything has reasons. Understanding suffering pain is universal, not personal failure. Understanding transforms fear into acceptance. Acceptance transforms tension into peace. A closing reflection. Peace is not something you must search for. It is something you must allow. It is already within you, like a lake hidden beneath layers of noise and movement. When you stop stirring the water, the reflection becomes clear. When you stop grasping, the heart becomes open. When you stop running, you discover you have already arrived. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. May you rediscover the stillness beneath your thoughts. May you find refuge in your breath. May inner peace become your home, not a rare visitor." Life often feels like a pendulum swinging wildly from one extreme to another. We work tirelessly, then collapse from exhaustion. We give everything, then retreat in resentment. We chase pleasure, then drown in guilt. We demand perfection, then fall into despair. We cling, then push away. We run toward, then run from. In this constant oscillation, the heart grows weary. More than 2,500 years ago, after abandoning both indulgence and severe self-denial, the Buddha discovered a path that does not depend on extremes. He called it the middle way, a path of balance, presence, clarity, and gentle discipline. Not the middle as compromise, but the middle as wisdom. The middle way is the art of living with steadiness. It is the practice of moving through life without falling into excess or deficiency. It is the quiet strength of walking with both feet on the earth, neither drifting nor drowning. The middle way is not a destination. It is a way of relating to every moment. Why we gravitate toward extremes? The human mind fears stillness. It fears uncertainty. It seeks dramatic solutions, sudden answers, instant relief. So it swings from overthinking to avoidance, from overworking to procrastination, from attachment to detachment, from obsession to apathy. This swinging exhausts us because neither extreme brings peace. One overwhelms us, the other empties us. One burns us out, the other numbs us. The Buddha understood that peace is found not in extremes, but in balance. A story of the lute player. Let me share a story crafted uniquely for this path, a story that whispers the essence of the middle way with gentle clarity. A wandering musician named Ryan once sought guidance from a wise hermit who lived deep in the forest. Ryan had grown frustrated. No matter how long he practiced, he could not master the final, delicate melody of his instrument. His fingers stumbled, his rhythm broke, his music felt strained. One evening, exhausted, he sat beside the hermit and confessed, "My teacher says I lack discipline. My friends say I lack passion. I practice for hours, yet the melody refuses to flow." The hermit looked at him and asked, "Tell me, how do you tune your lute?" Ryan blinked, unsure why this mattered. "Well," he said, "if the string is too loose, it won't produce a sound, and if it's too tight, it will snap." The hermit nodded. "And when does it produce the clearest tone?" "When it is balanced," Ryan replied softly. "Not too tight, not too loose." The hermit smiled. "What is true for the lute is true for you. If you push too hard, your spirit breaks. If you give too little, your purpose fades. Balance is the music you are seeking." Something shifted in Ryan's heart. He had tried to force mastery with tension, pressure, and impatience. But now he understood mastery grows in balance, not in extremes. The next morning he practiced differently, not straining, not slacking, simply present. And for the first time, the final melody flowed. The middle way in thoughts. Your thoughts are rarely the problem. It is your relationship to them. Thinking too much creates tension. Thinking too little creates confusion. The middle way invites you to think clearly, not obsessively, not carelessly. To question without doubting everything. To reflect without drowning in thought. To to plan without fearing the future, to remember without clinging to the past. It is the balance between wisdom and ease. The middle way in emotions are meant to flow. When we suppress them, they stagnate. When we indulge them, they overwhelm. The middle way teaches us to feel without being consumed, to observe without pushing away, to allow emotions to move like waves, arising, cresting, softening, dissolving. Anger becomes clarity. Sadness becomes depth. Fear becomes awareness. Joy becomes gratitude. Emotions cease to be storms and become teachers. The middle way in action. We often oscillate between overaction and inaction, overcommitting until burned out, then withdrawing until disconnected. The middle way teaches us to act with intention, to move steadily instead of frantically, to rest without guilt, to work without obsession. In this balance, productivity becomes sustainable, and rest becomes nourishing instead of avoidant. The middle way in relationships. Relationships suffer when we cling too tightly or detach too forcefully. Clinging suffocates. Detachment isolates. The middle way teaches generosity without self-sacrifice, boundaries without coldness, love without possession, care without expectation. It invites us to be fully present, not demanding, not distant, but available. This balance becomes the foundation of healthy connection. The middle way in spiritual practice. Many seekers attempt to force spirituality, meditating too intensely, pushing for enlightenment, judging themselves for not being calm enough. Others drift toward apathy, avoiding practice, making excuses, waiting for peace without cultivating it. The Buddha taught that the middle way is gentle discipline, consistent but not rigid, devoted but not obsessive, steady but not forced. Enlightenment cannot be squeezed out of effort. It blossoms from balance. The middle way and letting go. Letting go does not mean abandoning everything. It means loosening what is rigid, releasing what is excessive, softening what is heavy. Letting go is a balancing act, letting the heart breathe, not emptying it entirely. To hold life gently is to walk the middle way and impermanence. Because everything changes, balance becomes essential. When we hold too tightly, change shatters us. When we hold too loosely, life slips through our hands. Balance is the way to dance with impermanence, gracefully, peacefully, wisely. The middle way and freedom is not found in indulgence. Freedom is not found in denial. Freedom is found in balance. Extremes imprison the mind. Too much fear, too much desire, too much anger, too much control, too much ambition, too much resignation. Balance liberates the mind. Balance opens the heart. Balance reveals what extremes hide. A closing reflection. Life becomes peaceful when we walk gently, not rushing, not resisting, not forcing, not retreating. The Buddha said, "The middle way discovered by the Tathagata avoids both extremes and leads to peace, clarity, and liberation." May you walk through life with balanced footsteps. May you learn when to soften and when to stand firm. May you tune your heart the way a musician tunes a lute, not too tight, not too loose, just enough for your true song to emerge. There is a quiet alchemy that transforms the way we experience life, an alchemy not based on acquiring more, achieving more, or becoming more. Instead, it arises from learning to see more clearly. This alchemy is gratitude, one of the most healing and transformative energies in Buddhist understanding. Gratitude is not merely saying thank you. It is an awakening, a shift in perception, a returning to the fullness of the present moment. Gratitude reveals the abundance that already exists. It opens the heart to joy hidden in plain sight. It softens sorrow, dissolves restlessness, and illuminates the small miracles woven into every breath. When we cultivate gratitude, we begin to recognize that life has always been quietly generous with us, whether we noticed or not. Why gratitude is often overlooked. The human mind is wired to scan for danger, deficiency, and discomfort. This survival instinct once kept us alive, but now it often makes us blind to beauty, blind to blessings, blind to the countless conditions that sustain our lives each day. We take sunrise for granted. We take breath for granted. We take kindness for granted. We take our body's stubborn resilience for granted. We take time for granted. We take people for granted. We even take ourselves for granted. Gratitude reawakens the heart's sensitivity. It restores our ability to marvel. It restores our capacity to appreciate. As the Buddha taught, a mind of gratitude is a mind of abundance. A story of the potter's apprentice. To explore this truth more gently, let me share a story created for this journey. In a hillside village lived a young apprentice named Kaya, who worked under a master potter. Kaya was talented but impatient. She wanted to master the art quickly, to create beautiful bowls and vases as effortlessly as her teacher did. One day, frustrated with her progress, Kaya exclaimed, "Master, why does everything I make feel flawed? I practice every day, yet my hands seem clumsy, my shapes uneven." The master potter smiled and said, "Come with me." They walked to a small garden behind the workshop. There, the master pointed to an old clay bowl sitting beneath a tree, the very first bowl she had ever made as a child. It was crooked, uneven, slightly cracked. Yet she gazed at it with affection. "This bowl," the master said softly, "is not perfect, but it is precious. It taught me patience. It taught me humility. It taught me gratitude." Kaya frowned. Gratitude for a flawed bowl. The master knelt beside the bowl. "Yes, because gratitude allows us to see what something gives, not only what it lacks. When I look at this bowl, I do not see its imperfections. I see the lessons, the effort, the hands that shaped it. I see the journey." She placed a hand on Kaya's shoulder. "You are like this bowl. Instead of seeing your flaws, try seeing your effort, your growth, your resilience. Gratitude is not only for what is finished and perfect, it is for what is becoming." Kaya felt her chest soften. She looked again at the old bowl. She understood for the first time that gratitude transforms not the object, but the heart. Gratitude begins with awareness. Gratitude is awareness, awareness of everything that supports us, everything that nourishes us, everything that has carried us to this moment. The food on your plate carries the labor of farmers, the generosity of the earth, the gift of rain, the warmth of sunlight. The breath in your lungs carries the work of trees, oceans, clouds, and wind. The peace in your home carries the struggles of ancestors who survived hardships you will never know. Every moment is supported by countless beings. Gratitude is remembering this truth. Gratitude softens suffering. Gratitude does not deny pain or erase hardship. It simply balances the heart's vision. Instead of drowning in what is wrong, gratitude reminds us what is right. Instead of collapsing into despair, gratitude whispers of goodness still present. Even in grief, gratitude sits silently beside us, grateful for love that was real, grateful for memories that mattered, grateful for the tenderness of being human. Gratitude does not eliminate sorrow. It gives us the strength to hold it. Gratitude in times of difficulty. During hardship, gratitude becomes an anchor. When life feels unstable, be grateful for breath. When you feel alone, Be grateful for sunlight and air touching your skin. When the mind feels restless, be grateful for awareness itself. When everything falls apart, be grateful for the opportunity to rebuild, to grow, to discover who you are beneath the noise. Gratitude transforms adversity into wisdom. Gratitude in relationships. Relationships deepen profoundly when touched by gratitude. Instead of expecting perfection, we appreciate effort. Instead of focusing on shortcomings, we notice kindness. Instead of taking loved ones for granted, we honor their presence. Gratitude turns ordinary interactions into moments of connection. A simple thank you, a gentle smile, a word of appreciation can heal wounds that apologies alone cannot. Gratitude for ourselves. Most people criticize themselves more harshly than they would ever criticize others. But gratitude toward oneself is essential for emotional well-being. Be grateful for your resilience. Be grateful for your courage. Be grateful for your mistakes they taught you. Be grateful for your kindness you offered it freely. Be grateful for your persistence you continued, even when you felt broken. You have survived every challenge so far. You have carried yourself through storms, sometimes trembling, sometimes stumbling, but always moving forward. That alone deserves gratitude. Gratitude as a spiritual practice. Gratitude is meditation. Gratitude is mindfulness. Gratitude is awakening. To practice gratitude is to pause each day and notice what nourished me today, what protected me today, what taught me today, what touched my heart today. A warm meal, a steady breath, a kind word, a soft moment, a sunrise, a lesson learned, a small joy. Gratitude turns every moment into a prayer. Gratitude and freedom. When we cultivate gratitude, craving loosens its grip, resentment softens, comparison fades, and fear dissolves. Gratitude frees us from the prison of never enough. It roots us in the richness of this moment. The Buddha taught contentment is the greatest wealth. Gratitude is the doorway to contentment. Contentment is the doorway to peace. Peace is the doorway to freedom. A closing reflection. Your life, even in its imperfections, is filled with countless gifts. Some obvious, some subtle, some overlooked for years, some arriving quietly in moments of stillness. To notice these gifts is to awaken to the truth that abundance has been with you all along. May gratitude become the lens through which you see the world. May it soften your heart and brighten your days. May it remind you that the extraordinary is everywhere, hidden in the ordinary, waiting to be seen. There is a moment in every seeker's life when we begin to sense that the real weight we carry is not the world itself, but the unnecessary attachments we cling to. We cling to old stories, painful memories, expectations of others, identities we have outgrown, possessions we rarely use, and dreams that no longer belong to us. These attachments form invisible chains, quiet, subtle, but deeply binding. Buddhist teachings offer a path known as renunciation, but not the harsh, ascetic renunciation many imagine. True renunciation is not about rejecting life. It is about releasing what obscures our peace. It is the art of letting go with compassion, clarity, and tenderness. Renunciation is the freedom that comes when the heart stops clutching. It is the spaciousness that appears when we loosen our grip. It is the quiet joy of no longer being burdened by what we never needed. Letting go is not loss, it is liberation. It is the beginning of a lighter, more awakened way of living. Why letting go feels difficult? We cling because clinging gives the illusion of safety. We fear that without holding, we will lose. Without controlling, we will fall. Without possessing, we will be empty. But clinging is a misunderstanding. Clinging is built on fear, not truth. Everything we cling to, material things, relationships, beliefs, plans, identities, is already changing, already slipping, already remaking itself moment by moment. Renunciation invites us to meet this reality with courage rather than resistance. As the Buddha taught, letting go, the mind becomes unbound. A story of the lantern maker. Here is a story created for this journey, simple but carrying a truth that glows quietly like the lanterns within it. In a peaceful village lived a lantern maker named Mira. Her lanterns were renowned for their gentle radiance, crafted with thin paper and delicate bamboo frames. People traveled from distant towns to admire her work. As Mira grew older, she became increasingly protective of her lanterns. Each lantern she made, she kept. They filled her workshop, her home, even the small shed behind her garden. She told herself these lanterns held memories of her craft, her youth, her identity. One winter, a fire swept through the village. Mira managed to escape, but her entire home and all her lanterns were consumed by flames. For weeks, she grieved not only the loss of her home, but the loss of everything she had ever created. The memory of the flames haunted her, and she vowed never to make lanterns again. One day, a young child from the village approached her with a small candle cupped between his palms. "Mira," he said gently, "we are rebuilding our town. But the nights feel dark. Could you make us just one lantern? It doesn't have to be perfect." Mira's heart trembled. She felt the familiar ache of loss, but beneath it, a softer voice whispered, "Let go." So she made a single lantern. The glow of that lantern lit the child's smile, and something within Mira began to shift. She realized that keeping her lanterns imprisoned in her home had not preserved their beauty, it had dimmed it. Over the next months, Mira made lantern after lantern, giving each one away. Lanterns hung along the rebuilt streets, glowed from windows, and floated gently down the river during festivals. One evening, as she watched hundreds of lanterns drifting across the water, Mira finally understood. She had lost nothing. By letting go, she had given everything. And in doing so, her craft lived more vibrantly than ever before. Her lanterns no longer belonged to her, they belonged to the world. And in that realization, Mira found a freedom she had never known, letting go of material clutter. The things we own often begin to own us. Possessions accumulate silently, filling our spaces and our minds. Renunciation invites us to examine what we carry. Do we still need this? Does it still nourish us? Does it bring joy or merely attachment? Releasing material clutter clears not only physical space, but emotional and mental space. Each object released becomes an act of reclaiming freedom, letting go of emotional burdens. Some of the heaviest burdens are invisible: old guilt, stored resentment, silent disappointment, shame we never deserved, anger we never resolved. These are stones in the heart. Renunciation asks, not that we forget, but that we loosen the grip of these emotions. Forgiveness becomes an act of liberation. Compassion becomes a balm. Acceptance becomes a doorway. Letting go is not weakness. It is strength, the kind that refuses to carry the past into the future. Letting go of identities that no longer fit. We cling to identities. I must be successful. I am the strong one. I cannot fail. I must please everyone. I am defined by my past. These identities confine us. Renunciation does not erase identity. It gently dissolves whatever constricts the soul. When we let go of who we think we must be, we become who we truly are. Letting go of control. Much suffering stems from the belief that we can control everything: timelines, outcomes, people, emotions, the future. But the world moves with its own rhythm. Renunciation invites us to surrender gently. Let life unfold. Let change guide. Let uncertainty breathe. Let the heart soften. Surrender is not giving up. It is relaxing into the truth. Letting go in relationships. Renunciation in relationships is not abandoning love. It is abandoning clinging. When we let go of needing others to behave a certain way, we begin to see them clearly. When we release possession, love deepens. When we loosen expectations, connection softens. Renunciation turns relationships into places of freedom rather than prisons of attachment. Letting go in spiritual practice. Many seekers cling to outcomes. I must reach enlightenment. I must feel peaceful. I must be calm. I must meditate perfectly. But spiritual clinging is still clinging. Renunciation in practice means allowing your meditation to be imperfect, allowing your emotions to be human, allowing your path to unfold without rushing. True spirituality is spacious, gentle, and unforced. The peace that arises when we let go. Letting go is not emptiness. It is fullness. It creates space for joy, space for clarity, space for rest, space for new beginnings, space for truth. When the hand is no longer clenched, it can receive. When the heart is no longer closed, peace enters. When the mind no longer clings, freedom dawns. A closing reflection. You do not have to let go of everything at once. Letting go happens breath by breath, moment by moment, like leaves falling gently from a tree. Each release is an act of compassion. Each letting go is a step toward liberation. The Buddha taught, in giving up, you gain peace. May you let go gently. May space return to your heart. May you discover that what remains after letting go is not loss, but clarity, freedom, and profound serenity. There is a quiet fear woven into nearly every human heart. Fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of change, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, fear of death, fear of the unknown. These fears shape the way we think, love, move, and choose. They whisper behind our decisions, tighten our breath, and limit our lives in ways we barely recognize. Buddhism does not teach us to destroy fear by force. It teaches us to understand fear, to sit with it, observe it, and transform our relationship with it. Fearlessness in the Buddhist sense is not the absence of fear. It is the absence of bondage. True courage is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is not about grand gestures. True courage is gentle, steady, and deeply rooted in wisdom. It is the willingness to face life as it is moment by moment, without running away. The nature of fear. Fear arises because the mind clings to people, to outcomes, to identities, to beliefs, to security. Where there is clinging, fear follows. Where there is wisdom, fear softens. The Buddha taught that fear is a visitor, temporary, conditioned, and not self. It comes from causes. It stays for a time, and it leaves when the causes dissolve. Fear is not a personal failure. Fear is a human experience. The goal is not to crush fear, but to understand it so deeply that it loses its power to control us. A story of the wind. Listener, let me offer a story crafted for this path, a story of fear, misunderstanding, and the quiet courage that emerges from listening rather than resisting. In a valley surrounded by whispering forests lived a young woman named Lian. From childhood, Lian feared the wind. When storms swept through the valley, she hid under her blanket, trembling at the howling that echoed across the sky. To her, the wind sounded like voices, angry, unpredictable, threatening. One night, after a particularly fierce storm, she sought guidance from an elderly sage who lived on a nearby hill. "Master," she confessed, "the wind terrifies me. Even when it is gentle, I hear danger in it." The sage listened, then invited her to climb the hill with him. They sat on a stone overlooking the valley as the evening breeze began to rise. The sage closed his eyes. "Tell me, Leon," he said softly, "what do you hear in the wind?" She hesitated. "It sounds sharp, like a warning." The sage nodded. "Now listen again. This time do not listen with fear. Listen with curiosity." Leon closed her eyes and focused on the sound. The wind rustled leaves, whistled through branches, brushed gently across her face. "What do you hear now?" the sage asked. She breathed. Stillness between the sounds, she whispered. "Movement. Life." The sage smiled. "You have been hearing your fear, not the wind. When a mind is frightened, it interprets everything as danger. The wind has never threatened you. It has only spoken in a language you did not yet understand." He placed his hand gently on the earth beside him. When we listen with fear, we hear threat. When we listen with awareness, we hear truth. From that evening onward, Leon continued to climb the hill and sit with the wind. Little by little, the fear dissolved, not because the wind changed, but because she did. In time, she became known as the wind listener, the one who taught others to listen, not to the noise of their fear, but to the reality beneath it. Fearlessness. Through understanding. Fear thrives in misunderstanding. It weakens when we bring awareness to its roots. Ask yourself, what exactly am I afraid of? Where does this fear come from? Is it based on memory, imagination, or reality? Is it happening now or only in my mind? Is this fear trying to protect me or imprison me? Fearlessness begins with honesty. When fear is examined rather than avoided, it loses its sharpness. Understanding turns fear from a monster into a messenger. Fearlessness. Through presence. Fear often lives in the future, in imagined outcomes, in hypothetical suffering, in stories the mind creates. But the present moment is almost always manageable. The breath is manageable. The body is manageable. The ground beneath your feet is manageable. When we return to now, fear diminishes. Not because the world has changed, but because the mind is no longer wandering into phantom futures. Presence is the antidote to imagined fear. Fearlessness. Through acceptance. The more we resist an experience, the more frightening it becomes. Fear grows from resistance. Acceptance softens it. Acceptance does not mean surrendering to harm. It means recognizing reality without distortion. I am afraid, and that is okay. I do not know what will happen, and that is okay. This moment feels difficult, and that is okay. Acceptance removes the sharp edge of fear. It allows fear to come and go without trapping us. Fearlessness. Through compassion. Fear is often harsh, tight, unforgiving. Compassion is its opposite. When we bring compassion to our own fear, instead of judgment, instead of shame, instead of impatience, the fear softens. Compassion asks, what does this frightened part of me need? What pain is it trying to protect me from? How can I hold this fear gently? Treating fear with hostility keeps it alive. Treating fear with tenderness transforms it. Fearlessness. Through letting go. Fear clings to control. Letting go loosens its grip. When we release the need for certainty, the need for approval, the need for perfection, the need for security, the need for a predictable future, we stop feeding fear. Letting go does not eliminate uncertainty. It eliminates the fight against uncertainty. Fearlessness through impermanence. Every fear, no matter how intense, will pass. No emotion lasts forever. No fear is eternal. When we remember impermanence, fear becomes less intimidating. It is just a wave. Let it rise. Let it fall. In impermanence, we find courage, fearlessness. Through non-self, fear arises when we take everything personally. I will fail. I will lose. I will be rejected. I will look foolish. But the teachings on non-self show that we are not isolated beings. We are part of a vast web of causes and conditions. Failure is not mine. Loss is not mine. Rejection is not mine. They are experiences flowing through the stream of life. When the sense of me softens, fear softens too. Fearlessness. Through trust. Trust is not blind optimism. Trust is resting in the truth that life moves with its own intelligence. We do not control the winds. We do not control the tides. We do not control the timing of events. But we can learn to float. We can learn to bend without breaking. We can learn to trust the unfolding. Trust turns fear into faith. A closing reflection. Fear will visit you many times in life. It will whisper doubts. It will cast shadows. It will try to shrink your world. But fear does not have to define your path. Fear does not have to lead your decisions. Fear does not have to own your heart. Within you is a deeper, quieter courage, not the courage that denies fear, but the courage that walks with it, breathes with it, and transforms it. The Buddha said, "Fear arises from clinging. When you let go, nothing can shake you." May you walk gently through your fears. May you listen to them without believing their stories. May you discover the unshakable courage that comes from understanding presence and compassion. There comes a point on the spiritual path when the heart begins to feel too small for the love it holds, not because love has diminished, but because love wants to grow. It wants to stretch beyond personal boundaries, beyond familiar faces, beyond those who are easy to love. It wants to embrace the entire world. This is boundless compassion, a cornerstone of Buddhist awakening. Karuna, a tenderness that does not exclude, a love that does not demand return, a warmth that flows not from desire, but from understanding. Boundless compassion is not sentimental. It is not dramatic. It is steady, enduring, courageous. It is the recognition that all beings, those we adore, those we fear, those we do not know, move through life carrying invisible burdens, hopes, wounds, and dreams. Compassion sees the human behind the behavior, the hurt behind the anger, the suffering behind the mask. And from this seeing arises a natural wish. May you be free. May you be whole. May you be at peace. The roots of compassion. Compassion arises not from perfection, but from awareness. When we understand that suffering is universal, that every being fears loss, craves belonging, feels unspoken wounds, our hearts naturally soften. Compassion is born when the boundary between me and you begins to blur. When we understand that the sorrow in another is not separate from the sorrow within ourselves. Compassion does not wait for worthiness. It arises from the simple truth: we are the same. A story of the bamboo grove. Let me share a story woven for this path, a story that reflects how compassion can transform even the hardest hearts. A monk named Sora lived near a grove of tall bamboo. He was known for his disciplined practice and sharp wisdom, but he struggled deeply with compassion. Though he was kind, he felt a subtle wall inside an invisible barrier that kept others at a distance. One afternoon, as Sora rested beside the grove, he noticed a bamboo stalk trembling violently. The wind was still. Nothing around it moved. Curious, he walked closer and discovered that a small bird had become entangled in the thin fibers of the bamboo, flapping desperately, but unable to free itself. Sora hesitated. Touching animals was not part of his routine. Helping creatures had never been his focus. He saw himself as a seeker of wisdom, not a healer. Yet something stirred within him, a quiet whisper. "This suffering is yours to meet." Sora knelt and gently cupped the bird in his hands. It trembled wildly, heart beating like a frantic drum. Slowly, Sora untangled the fibers and placed the bird in the grass, but the bird did not fly. It simply looked at him, tiny, fragile, breathing hard. Sora felt something break open in his chest. The bird was no longer just an animal. It was a being afraid, vulnerable, longing for freedom. He sat with it until sunset. Only when the sky blushed with fading light did the bird gather strength, flutter its wings, and lift into the air, leaving Sora with a hollow ache and a fullness he could not name. That night, Sora dreamed of the bamboo grove. He saw each bamboo stalk connected by unseen threads linking bird to wind, wind to earth, earth to monk, monk to bird. When he woke, he understood compassion was not an obligation. It was a recognition that all life is woven together, a recognition that his own liberation was intertwined with the liberation of others. From that day forward, Sora's practice changed. He no longer sought wisdom only for himself. He sought to free the world from suffering one small act at a time. Compassion as understanding, not pity. Compassion is not feeling sorry for someone. Pity creates distance. Your suffering is over there, mine is over here. True compassion closes the distance. It says, "I see myself in you. I see that your pain could be mine. I honor your struggle. I wish you ease." Compassion is equality, not hierarchy. Connection, not condescension. Compassion for strangers. When you walk through the world, every person you encounter is carrying something: the silent grief of a lost loved one, the pressure of expectations, the wounds of childhood, the fear of the future, the exhaustion of simply being alive. If we could see the invisible stories etched into the hearts of strangers, we would treat each one with tenderness. Boundless compassion invites us to look closer, to soften our judgments, to listen more deeply, to see the human behind the mask. Compassion for those who hurt us. This is the most challenging form of compassion and the most transformative. To offer compassion to those who have wronged us is not to excuse their actions, nor to deny the harm they caused. It is to recognize that harm flows from suffering. Anger comes from fear. Cruelty comes from pain. Harshness comes from unhealed wounds. To see this is not to approve, it is to understand. And understanding dissolves hatred, like sunlight dissolves frost. Compassion for ourselves. Many people find it easier to be compassionate toward others than toward themselves. But compassion that excludes the self is incomplete. Self-compassion is the courage to forgive your mistakes, the willingness to rest when you are tired, the gentleness to comfort your wounded parts, the patience to allow growth at its natural pace. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is emotional wisdom. The Buddha said, "If you wish to heal the world, begin by healing yourself." Compassion as a daily practice. Compassion grows through intention and mindfulness. Begin by noticing small moments: the tired cashier trying to smile, the elderly man walking slowly, the child frightened by something unseen, your own heart trembling quietly inside your chest. Each moment is an invitation. Can I meet this with kindness? Compassion deepens when we pause long enough to truly see. Compassion and interbeing. The more we understand interconnectedness, the more compassion arises effortlessly. If all beings are part of the same web, then helping another is helping ourselves. Softening toward another is softening toward our own mind. Healing another's hurt is touching the universal wound we all share. In this way, compassion is not a virtue. It is a natural expression of awakening. The courage of compassion. Compassion is not weakness. It is immense courage. It takes courage to stay open when the world feels cold, to remain kind when others are harsh, to forgive when the heart has been bruised, to keep loving even when love feels risky. Compassion asks us to be vulnerable, to feel deeply, to care without guarantees, to embrace without certainty. This is bravery at its purest. A closing reflection. Within each of us is a heart capable of immense love, a heart vast enough to hold suffering and wisdom, vulnerable enough to feel strong enough to endure, tender enough to heal. The Buddha taught, as a mother protects her child, so should you cultivate a boundless heart toward all beings. May your compassion grow like a widening circle. May it expand gently from yourself to those you love, to those you know, to strangers, to those who are difficult to love, to all beings in the world. May your heart become boundless. There is a question that quietly shadows every choice we make, every effort we give, every career we pursue. What is the cost of the way I earn my living? We rarely ask it directly, but somewhere within the heart knows. It knows when our work aligns with our values. It knows when our choices cause harm. It knows when the things we do each day either nourish or deplete our spirit. Buddhism teaches a profound principle called right livelihood, a path of earning a living in ways that do not cause suffering, in ways that foster compassion, in ways that honor the deep interconnection between our actions and the world. Right livelihood is not about the prestige of a job the size of a salary or the admiration of society. It is about integrity. It is about the energy we bring into the world. It is about whether our daily actions move us closer to wisdom or further from it. The true meaning of right livelihood. Right livelihood does not demand that everyone become a monk or philosopher. It asks something much deeper. Does the way you live support awakening or obscure it? Right livelihood is choosing work that aligns with compassion, work that does not exploit or harm others, work that does not violate the heart's innate sense of goodness, work that allows you to grow rather than shrink. It is about living in such a way that when you place your head on the pillow each night, your conscience rests beside you in peace. The weight of everyday choices. Many of our choices seem small, but they ripple outward. The businesses we support, the products we consume, the actions we normalize, the words we speak, the ethics we uphold or abandon. Right livelihood invites us to become aware of the ethical dimension of our daily decisions. It asks us, do my actions contribute to suffering? Do they exploit others? Do they harm sensitive beings? Do they pollute the earth? Do they deceive, manipulate, or mislead? And also, do my actions nourish kindness? Do they support fairness? Do they cultivate well-being for myself and others? Right? Livelihood is a mirror that reveals not only our outer actions, but our inner motivations. A story of the Weaver of Dawn. Here is a story crafted for this path, a story of livelihood, integrity, and the quiet courage to choose differently. In a small riverside town lived a weaver named Hannah. Her tapestries were extraordinarily beautiful, shimmering with vibrant threads that seemed to hold sunlight within them. People traveled from far villages to purchase her cloth. One day, a wealthy merchant visited Hana. He admired her work and offered her a fortune if she would weave a special tapestry for him, one that would use rare crimson dye extracted from a type of insect. The dye produced colors unlike anything else, rich and mesmerizing. But Hana had heard whispers thousands of insects were crushed to obtain even a small amount of the dye. The process caused immense suffering. The merchant assured her, "Everyone uses it. This is the price of luxury. You will gain wealth, reputation, prestige." Hana's hands trembled. She had grown up in poverty. She had struggled for years. This offer could change everything. That night, unable to sleep, Hana walked to the river. The moonlight shimmered on the surface like threads of silver. As she sat near the water, she remembered her grandmother's words. "Every thread you weave carries the spirit of your heart. If your heart is troubled, the cloth will bear its weight." Hana closed her eyes and imagined the insects, tiny beings with delicate lives crushed simply for beauty. A deep ache rose within her. She returned home just before dawn, and as the first light touched her loom, she made her decision. When the merchant returned, she bowed and said, "I cannot accept your offer. My craft must honor life, not harm it." The merchant scoffed. "You are a fool. You will remain poor forever." But Hana felt light, unburdened, rooted in truth. Weeks later, news spread of her refusal. Some villagers mocked her choice. Others respected it. But something unexpected happened. People from distant towns began to seek her out, not just for her tapestries, but for the integrity behind them. Her work gained a new kind of value, one woven not only with thread, but with compassion. Hana's name became known, not because she used rare dyes, but because she refused to harm for the sake of beauty. She had chosen a livelihood aligned with her heart. Integrity as inner wealth. Right. Livelihood teaches us that true wealth is not what we accumulate, but what we refuse to compromise. A life built on integrity carries a clear conscience, a peaceful heart, a mind free from guilt, relationships founded on trust, a legacy that uplifts. When we choose work aligned with compassion, we choose a life aligned with wisdom. Right livelihood and modern life. Today's world is complex. Many of us work in systems far larger than ourselves. We may not control every outcome. We may not be able to change the entire structure of our workplace, but we can control our intentions, our actions, our honesty, our fairness, our kindness, our personal boundaries. Right. Livelihood is not perfection. It is direction. It is doing what we can within our sphere of influence to reduce harm and increase benefit. Right. Livelihood as mindfulness in action. Right livelihood transforms mindfulness into something more than a meditation practice. It becomes a way of living. It is mindfulness expressed through ethical decisions, compassionate choices, truthful communication, responsible consumption, respect for all beings. When we choose our livelihood consciously, we extend mindfulness from the cushion into the world. Right. Livelihood and inner peace. A livelihood that contradicts our values creates tension, a tightness in the chest, a heaviness in the heart, a subtle feeling of being out of alignment. But when our work aligns with our inner truth, there is a sense of ease, a quiet knowing that our life and our spirit move in the same direction. Integrity is peace. Compassion is peace. Right livelihood is peace. The courage to choose. Lightly. Choosing the path of integrity is not always easy. It may challenge our comfort. It may challenge our ambitions. It may challenge societal expectations. But right livelihood teaches us to choose from the heart, not from fear. To trust that compassion leads to clarity. To trust that integrity leads to abundance, not always material abundance, but abundance of meaning, trust, and inner freedom. A closing reflection. Every action you take is a thread woven into the tapestry of your life. Every choice shapes the fabric of your character. Every moment of integrity strengthens the foundation of your peace. The Buddha taught, "Do not engage in trades that cause harm. Live in ways that protect life. May your livelihood be a reflection of your deepest values. May your actions uplift rather than injure. May your work become a path of awakening not only for yourself, but for all those touched by your life." Every action begins as a whisper. Before words are spoken, before steps are taken, before decisions are made, there is a seed of intention. This seed is small, invisible, silent, yet unimaginably powerful. In Buddhism, intention is the heart of karma. Not the action itself, but the intention behind the action determines its karmic weight. Two identical actions can create entirely different karmic paths, depending on the mind that births them. A gift given with pride is different from a gift given with love. A harsh word spoken in anger is different from a harsh word spoken in protection. A silence born of fear is different from a silence born of wisdom. Intention is the inner compass that guides the direction of our lives. Why intention matters more than we realize. Many people believe karma is a cosmic reward and punishment system. But the Buddha clarified karma is cause and effect rooted in intention. Intention shapes your energy, your reactions, your relationships, your character, your destiny. If intention is cloudy, life feels confusing. If intention is clear, life becomes aligned. Intention is the architect of your future. The subtlety of intention. Intentions are not always obvious. Sometimes they hide behind respectable actions. We help someone not out of kindness, but to be praised. We remain silent, not out of compassion, but out of fear. We work hard not out of devotion, but out of insecurity. We pursue goals not out of passion, but out of comparison. The mind is skillful at disguising intentions. Only deep self-honesty reveals them. A story of the stone carver. Here is a story created for this path, a story of intention, clarity, and the quiet power of aligning one's heart with truth. In a bustling village lived a stone carver named Jian. His sculptures were unmatched, smooth, elegant, almost alive. People praised his skill, and he enjoyed their admiration. One day, the king commissioned Jian to carve a statue of the Buddha for the new temple. Jian felt thrilled. This was the greatest honor any craftsman could receive. He began the work with immense pride. Weeks passed, and Jian carved tirelessly. He wanted the statue to be perfect, more perfect than any statue in the region. He imagined the villagers praising him, the monks honoring him, the king rewarding him. But as he worked, something unsettling happened. The chisel kept slipping. Cracks formed where none should have. The stone broke in ways it never had before. Frustrated, Jian went to see an old monk who lived in a hut near the temple. He explained his struggles. The monk simply asked, "Why are you carving this statue?" Jian replied proudly, "To create the most magnificent Buddha image in the kingdom." The monk shook his head gently. "Your hands carve a Buddha, but your intention carves your ego." Jian felt a shock move through him. The monk continued, "The stone responds not only to your skill, but to your mind. When your intention is pride, the work becomes heavy. When your intention is devotion, the work becomes effortless. Jian returned to his workshop with a quiet mind. He sat before the broken stone for a long time. "I see now," he whispered. "I was carving for myself, not for the truth." The next morning, he began anew. This time, every stroke of the chisel carried a different intention: humility, reverence, peace. And gradually, the stone yielded gently, almost gratefully. Months later, when the statue was complete, it radiated a warmth and serenity that no one had ever seen. People came from far away to admire it, not because of its beauty, but because of the purity of the intention that lived within it. Intention as the seed of karma. Every moment is a seed planted. An intention of anger grows into suffering. An intention of generosity grows into joy. An intention of fear grows into avoidance. An intention of compassion grows into healing. The mind you cultivate becomes the destiny you inherit. Intentions shape relationships. Relationships are not shaped by words alone, but by the intention beneath them. A soft voice hiding manipulation is poison. A firm voice rooted in love is medicine. People feel your intention even when they cannot articulate it. Intention is the silent language of the heart. When your intention in relationships is to understand, to support, to honor, to uplift, then connection deepens naturally. Intentions shape identity. Your identity is not built from achievements, but from accumulated intentions. If your daily intention is to be kind, you become compassionate to be mindful. You become centered to be honest. You become trustworthy to grow. You become wise to heal. You become whole. Intention is the author of who you become. Intentions shape emotional life. Fear arises from protective intentions. Anger arises from reactive intentions. Joy arises from open-hearted intentions. Peace arises from non-resistant intentions. By examining intention, you understand your emotions. By shifting intention, you transform your emotional experience. The practice of setting clear. Intentions. Intention is not a wish. It is not passive. It is a conscious direction of energy. Here are ways to cultivate powerful intentions. Begin the day with clarity. What kind of person do I want to be today? Before speaking, is my intention to connect or to wound? Before acting, am I acting from fear or love? Before deciding, what outcome am I really seeking? Before meditating, what quality of mind do I wish to strengthen? Intention becomes your compass. Purifying. Intention. Through mindfulness. Mindfulness reveals hidden intentions. It shows you the subtle movements of the mind, when compassion turns to pride, when love turns to attachment, when generosity turns to self-image, when discipline turns to control. Mindfulness purifies intention by illuminating it. What is seen clearly cannot continue unconsciously. Compassion as the highest intention. The Buddha taught that the most transformative intention is one rooted in compassion. Not pity, not superiority, not self-sacrifice, but the simple wish, may all beings be free from suffering. When compassion becomes your intention, every action becomes a blessing. Every word becomes kindness. Every decision becomes wisdom. Compassion turns intention into liberation. A closing reflection. The direction of your life is shaped not by fate, not by luck, not by the external world, but by the quiet, moment-to-moment intentions of your heart. The Buddha said, "It is intention that I call karma." May your intentions be clear. May they be compassionate. May they guide you toward a life of peace, wisdom, and profound awakening. There are few gifts more powerful, more transformative, and more healing than the gift of being truly heard. In a world full of noise, constant opinions, loud judgments, hurried conversations, deep listening has become rare. Most people listen only to respond, to defend, to prove, or to fix. But very few listen to understand. Buddhist wisdom teaches that deep listening, truly listening with presence, compassion, and non-judgment, is a profound spiritual practice. It is not simply a skill. It is an act of love. It is an opening of the heart. It is a way of touching the suffering of another being without turning away. To listen deeply is to offer someone the space to be fully themselves, without interruption, without pressure, without fear. In that space, healing begins. Why deep listening matters. Every person you meet carries a story that is heavier than you can imagine. Unspoken fears, unprocessed grief, unresolved wounds, hidden longing. Most people long for someone who will listen not to their words alone, but to their soul. Deep listening heals because it makes others feel seen. It makes others feel valued. It makes others feel safe. It makes others feel understood. And when a heart feels understood, it begins to soften. It begins to release tension. It begins to trust. It begins to heal. The Buddha taught that deep listening and compassionate speech are the foundations of harmonious living. Without them, conflict grows. With them, peace becomes possible. The obstacles to true listening. Listening sounds simple, yet it is one of the most challenging practices. Why? Because the mind interrupts, judges, analyzes, compares, reacts, prepares responses, tries to solve problems, or becomes impatient. These mental habits act like walls that block real connection. To listen deeply, we must first learn to quiet the mind. A story of the silent tea house. Let me share a story crafted for this path. A story about listening silence and the transformation that occurs when the heart becomes spacious enough to receive another. In a quiet mountain village stood an old tea house known for its serene atmosphere. Travelers came from distant lands, not just to drink tea, but to sit with the tea master Akiko, a woman renowned not for her words, but for her ability to listen. One day, a young traveler named Ray arrived burdened by sorrow. His father had passed away, and Ray carried guilt. Guilt for words, unspoken moments, missed love left unexpressed. Ray sat across from Akiko, expecting her to ask questions or offer comforting words. But she said nothing. She simply poured tea, placed the cup gently before him, and looked at him with a gaze so soft it felt like a warm blanket. Unsure where to begin, Ray started speaking haltingly at first, then more freely. He spoke of his father's final days, of his regrets, of the anger he felt toward himself. Akiko listened without a single interruption. She did not nod excessively. She did not sigh dramatically. She did not offer advice. She simply listened, like a quiet mountain listens to the wind. After nearly an hour of speaking, Ray felt tears rising in his eyes. He whispered, "Why does it hurt so much?" Akiko finally spoke her first words, "Because your love was deeper than you realized." Ray's tears fell freely. The simple truth opened something inside him that no long speech could have touched. Akiko continued, "When the heart carries pain without being heard, the pain grows heavy. But when your story is received with stillness, your heart remembers its own strength." Ray felt as if a weight had lifted, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had been heard, fully, without judgment, without agenda. As he left the tea house, he bowed to Akiko. "Thank you," he said softly. "You healed me without saying anything." Akiko smiled. "No, I simply made space. You healed yourself." Deep listening begins with silence. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of attention. When we listen in silence, we create a sacred space for another being to open their heart. This silence is not passive. It is full, warm, receptive. Deep listening requires slowing down, breathing deeply, letting go of the need to respond, letting go of assumptions, being fully present with the other. Silence becomes a mirror in which the speaker can see themselves clearly. Listening without judgment. Judgment is a closed door. Compassion is an open window. When someone speaks their truth, they reveal vulnerable parts of themselves. If we judge those parts, they close. If we welcome them, they blossom. To listen without judgment is to say with your presence, "You are safe here. Your story matters." This is the essence of Buddhist compassion, meeting suffering with kindness, not critique. Listening without fixing. Many people listen only to respond or solve. But most suffering cannot be fixed. It can only be understood. Deep listening does not seek to repair. It seeks to hold. When we stop trying to fix others, our listening deepens. And paradoxically, this is what creates the conditions for genuine healing. Listening with the whole body. Deep listening is not done with the ears alone. It includes the softening of the shoulders, the relaxing of the jaw, the openness of the chest, the stillness of the breath, the gentleness of the gaze. The whole body becomes a receptive field. The speaker feels this. Even without words, they feel your presence. Listening to the unspoken. Not all truth is spoken aloud. Sometimes pain hides beneath silence, beneath a sigh, beneath a trembling voice, beneath a long pause. Deep listening means hearing the emotion behind the words, the longing behind the anger, the fear behind the defensiveness, the vulnerability behind the silence. When you hear the unspoken, you touch the real heart of the person. Listening as self-compassion. Deep listening is not only for others, it is also for ourselves. How often do we listen to our own inner world? Most people silence their inner voice with distraction, self-criticism, or denial. But your wounds want to be heard. Your fears want to be acknowledged. Your dreams want attention. Your grief wants space to breathe. Deep listening to yourself is an act of profound self-love. Sit quietly and ask, "What is my heart trying to tell me?" Then listen without judgment, without rushing, without fear. Listening and interbeing. When we listen deeply, we touch the interconnected nature of life. You are not separate from the person speaking. Their suffering resonates with something inside you. Their longing mirrors your own. In true listening, the illusion of separation dissolves. Compassion grows naturally. Healing becomes mutual. Listening as transformative presence. When you listen deeply to others, conflicts soften relationships, strengthen understanding, deepens trust, grows hearts open. You become a refuge, a place where others feel safe to be human. This is a rare gift, and in giving it, you receive the same peace you offer. A closing reflection. Within each of us is the capacity to heal, not through grand gestures, but through presence, the Buddha taught. When you listen deeply, you give the gift of freedom. May your listening become spacious. May your presence become healing. May your heart become quiet enough to hear the suffering and the beauty in yourself and in others. There comes a moment in every human life when the heart feels too heavy, heavy with memories, heavy with expectations, heavy with disappointments, heavy with fears we never asked for, heavy with hopes that never blossomed. We carry these burdens quietly, sometimes for years, believing that clinging to them is the only way to preserve meaning or protect ourselves from future hurt. Yet the Buddha taught a gentle, astonishing truth. Most of our suffering is not caused by what happens to us, but by our refusal to let go. Letting go is not abandonment. It is not apathy. It is not forgetting. It is the art of releasing the unnecessary weight that keeps the heart from breathing. It is returning to the natural state of the mind, open, spacious, free. Why letting go is so difficult? We cling because we fear emptiness. We cling because we confuse holding on with loyalty. We cling because we think control brings safety. We cling because the familiar, even when painful, feels less frightening than the unknown. Clinging is a habit of the mind, born from fear. Letting go is a habit of the heart, born from wisdom. The paradox is simple. When we cling, we become smaller. When we release, we become whole. A story of the lantern keeper. Here is a story crafted for this chapter, a story of release, courage, and the quiet liberation found in loosening the grip of attachment. In a remote forest stood an ancient shrine tended by an old lantern keeper named Leon. Her duty was to light the lantern at dusk and keep it burning throughout the night. The lantern, carved from crystal, was said to protect the forest from wandering spirits. For decades, Leon performed her task faithfully. The lantern became more than an object. It became her identity, her comfort, her companion. She cleaned it daily, polished it with care, and guarded it as if it were her own heart. One stormy night, a powerful wind shook the forest. The trees swayed violently, and the roof of the shrine rattled. A sudden gust burst through the entrance, knocking the lantern from its holder. It shattered into shimmering fragments across the floor. Leon froze. A pain pierced her chest, not because spirits might roam freely, but because the lantern she had devoted her life to was gone. Day after day, Leon mourned. Her hands no longer trembled from age, but from grief. The lantern was everything, she whispered. Without it, who am I? Unable to bear the loss, she gathered the fragments and attempted to piece them back together. But no matter how carefully she tried, the pieces refused to hold shape. Every attempt left her more exhausted, more heartbroken. One evening, an old monk passing through the forest found her weeping beside the scattered shards. "My child," he said softly, "why do you cling to what is already gone?" Leon replied, "It was my purpose, my comfort, my identity." The monk knelt beside the broken crystal and said gently, "Sometimes life takes away what you cling to, not to punish you, but to free you." Leon stared at the fragments, unable to comprehend. The monk continued, "You were never the keeper of the lantern. You were always the keeper of the light." At those words, something shifted within her. For the first time, she saw that the light had never belonged to the lantern. It had always lived within her, in her devotion, in her care, in her presence. The next morning, Leon swept the fragments away, not with sorrow, but with reverence. She placed a simple clay lamp in the shrine and lit it. The flame glowed softly, warming the space. It was not as magnificent as the crystal lantern, but it was enough, more than enough, because it was lit from a heart that had finally understood how to let go. The psychology of holding and releasing. Letting go is both emotional and spiritual. It requires acknowledging, "This is hurting me more than helping me. This chapter has ended. This weight is not mine to carry. This expectation is unrealistic. This attachment no longer aligns with who I am becoming." Letting go invites us to recognize the truth without distortion. When we cling, the past controls us. When we release, the future opens. Letting go of relationships. Not all relationships are meant to last forever. Some enter our lives like brief seasons, teaching awakening, challenging healing, then quietly completing their purpose. Letting go of a relationship does not mean the love was false. It means the connection has fulfilled its role. Love does not require possession. Love in its purest form requires freedom. Letting go of expectations. Expectations are heavy. They turn joy into obligation, connections into pressure, dreams into disappointment. When we release expectations, life becomes spacious again. We begin to see things as they are, not as we want them to be. In this clarity, peace grows. Letting go of control. Control is the most seductive illusion of all. We want life to obey our plans, people to fit our hopes, events to match our desires. But the world moves with its own rhythm. Letting go of control means trusting the unfolding, trusting impermanence, trusting the wisdom of life itself. Letting go of stories about yourself. Perhaps the heaviest burdens of all are the stories we tell ourselves. I'm not enough. I always fail. I can't change. I must please everyone. I am defined by my past. These stories imprison the heart. Letting go means rewriting your inner narrative. I can grow. I am learning. I am worthy of peace. I am not my wounds. I am free to begin again. Letting go is a practice. Letting go is not a single event. It is a lifelong practice, a gentle unlearning. It means feeling without drowning, acknowledging without clinging, loving without possessing, remembering without reliving, accepting without resistance. Letting go creates inner space. In that space, wisdom arises, the lightness of being. When you let go, truly let go, you feel a profound lightness, as if your soul has taken a deep breath. The mind quiets, the body softens, the heart expands. You begin to see the world more clearly. You begin to love more freely. You begin to live more fully. Letting go is not losing anything. It is gaining everything that truly matters: clarity, freedom, presence, peace. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, in the end, these things matter most. How well did you love? How fully did you live? How deeply did you let go? May you release what burdens your heart. May you soften into the flow of life. May you trust that what is meant for you cannot be lost. May your spirit become light like a lantern that glows from within. There is a quiet suffering that rarely appears on the surface of a person's life, a suffering made not from what the world has done to them, but from what they have silently done to themselves. Self-criticism, self-doubt, self-blame, self-judgment, self-neglect. These inner currents shape our emotional climate far more than any external event. It is easy to show compassion to others, yet astonishingly difficult to offer it to ourselves. The Buddha taught that compassion must begin with oneself. You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. But why is this so hard? And how do we truly cultivate self-compassion, not as a concept, but as a lived experience, a medicine for the heart? The hidden pain of self-judgment. Most people carry an inner critic so sharp and relentless that it would wound them if spoken aloud. This voice says, "You should be doing more. You're not good enough. You always fail. You'll never change. You are a burden." These thoughts shape our identity. They drain our energy and block our capacity to grow. Self-judgment doesn't create strength. It creates paralysis. It traps us in cycles of shame and perfectionism. Compassion breaks this cycle. Why self-compassion is misunderstood. Many fear that being kind to themselves means laziness or weakness. But self-compassion is not indulgence. It is not making excuses. It is not avoiding responsibility. Self-compassion means seeing your suffering without exaggeration or denial, accepting your humanity, allowing yourself to be imperfect, meeting mistakes with wisdom rather than punishment. It is honesty, softened by love. A story of the potter and the cracked bowl. Here is a story created for this chapter, a story of self-acceptance, transformation, and the beauty hidden within imperfection. In a quiet river village lived a potter named Mara. She was known for her flawless bowls, smooth, symmetrical, shining in the sunlight. Her work was admired by everyone, and her reputation grew until she believed her worth rested entirely on perfection. One day, while carrying a tray of freshly fired bowls, Mara slipped on a wet stone. The bowls crashed to the ground, shattering. But one bowl remained intact, though a long, jagged crack ran along its side. Mara's heart sank. "This is ruined," she whispered. Her hands trembled. She felt a deep shame. How could I have been so careless days past? She could not bring herself to return to her workshop. Each time she looked at the cracked bowl, it felt like a reflection of her failure. An elderly traveler visited the village and saw the bowl on her shelf. He asked to examine it. After studying its crack, he smiled. "Will you allow me to repair this?" he asked. Mara hesitated, but agreed. The traveler melted gold dust into a fine lacquer and carefully filled the crack. The fracture, once a mark of ruin, now gleamed like a river of sunlight flowing through the bowl. This technique, he explained, comes from a tradition that honors broken things. The repair does not hide the scar, but illuminates it. Mara stared at the bowl, astonished, moved, awakened. It was more beautiful now than before it broke. The traveler continued, "You see, dear potter, perfection is not your worth. Your worth lies in your ability to embrace the cracks." When he left, Mara sat alone with the bowl in her hands, and for the first time in her life, she saw her own imperfections not as failures, but as places where wisdom, compassion, and growth could shine through. Self-compassion as the path to healing. Self-compassion begins with one simple step: recognizing your own suffering, not dismissing it as unimportant, not comparing it to others, not judging yourself for feeling it, just acknowledging it with honesty. Then comes the second step, offering yourself care. This may feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable, but with practice, it becomes a source of strength. Self-compassion asks, what do I need right now? How can I soothe myself without escaping? How can I support myself without shame? What would I say to someone I love who feels this way? Often we know how to comfort others, but forget we deserve the same kindness. Forgiving yourself. Forgiving others is difficult, but forgiving yourself is often harder. Self-forgiveness does not mean forgetting what happened or denying responsibility. It means recognizing I made a mistake, but I am not the mistake. It means giving yourself permission to grow, to change, to learn, to begin again. The Buddha taught that everything is impermanent, including the identity we formed from past actions. Self-forgiveness is the doorway to transformation. Embracing your humanity. To be human is to be imperfect, to make mistakes, to fall, to get lost, to feel afraid, to doubt, to break. Self-compassion is the recognition that suffering, imperfection, and vulnerability are not signs of inadequacy. They are part of the universal human experience. You suffer not because you are flawed, but because you are alive. Self-compassion and inner strength. When you treat yourself with compassion, resilience grows, courage increases, shame dissolves, self-respect deepens. Emotional wounds begin to heal. Inner peace becomes possible. Self-compassion is not softness. It is the root of true strength. People who practice self-compassion are more likely to take healthy risks, be honest with themselves, recover from setbacks, maintain healthy boundaries, break cycles of self-destructive behavior. The heart as a safe home. Every heart needs a home, a place where it feels safe, accepted, and loved. For many people, their own heart has never been that home. Self-compassion invites you to build that home within yourself, to speak to yourself kindly, to rest in your own presence, to trust your own worth. A heart that becomes its own refuge no longer searches endlessly for validation. It finds peace in simply being. The mirror of compassion. When you cultivate self-compassion, you treat others more gently, you judge less, you empathize more deeply. You see the humanness in everyone, you respond to pain with wisdom rather than fear. Compassion for self and compassion for others are not separate paths. They are mirrors reflecting the same light. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, "If you search the whole world for someone more deserving of love than yourself, you will not find them. May you soften toward yourself. May you meet your wounds with tenderness. May you honor your humanity with compassion. May your heart become a place of refuge, not only for others, but for you." There are moments, quiet, fleeting moments when life feels lighter, softer, almost luminous. It might be the warmth of morning sunlight, the sound of gentle rain, the smile of a loved one, or simply the breath rising and falling in your chest. These small moments often pass unnoticed, swept away by the rush of daily life. Yet within them lies an immense spiritual power. The Buddha taught that gratitude is one of the most transformative energies available to the human heart. It softens sorrow, it quiets fear, it opens us to joy. It reveals the abundance hidden in plain sight. Gratitude is not merely a polite gesture. It is a profound awareness, a way of seeing the world with clarity, a way of remembering that even in hardship, something sustains us. When gratitude becomes a practice, life becomes a gift again. Why gratitude is so powerful. Gratitude changes the way the mind perceives reality. A mind without gratitude sees only what is missing. A mind with gratitude sees what is already here. Gratitude shifts our focus from lack to abundance from fear, to trust from comparison, to appreciation from restlessness, to contentment from resentment, to understanding. It transforms the heart's landscape. When gratitude grows, suffering lessens not because life becomes perfect, but because perception becomes wiser. A story of the old farmer and the broken well. Here is a story created for this chapter, a story of gratitude, hidden blessings, and the mystery of how life unfolds. In a small village lived an elderly farmer named Tao. For decades, he relied on an old stone well to irrigate his fields. The well provided clear, cool water every day. Tao loved this well as one loves an old friend. One night after heavy rain, the well collapsed. The stones caved inward, leaving only rubble. Tao sat beside the ruins with deep sorrow. He whispered, "How will I water my crops now? This well has served me faithfully all my life." Villagers came to console him. Some said, "What terrible misfortune." Others shook their heads in pity. But Tao simply stayed quiet. A week later, while searching for a new water source, Tao discovered a spring bubbling beneath the collapsed well. When dug out, the spring produced water far clearer and purer than the old well had ever offered. The villagers exclaimed, "How lucky you are! This is wonderful fortune." Tao smiled gently and replied, "Whether fortune or misfortune, time will reveal." And indeed, time did reveal more. The new spring attracted thirsty animals, birds, deer, even migrating herds that had not been seen for decades. Their presence enriched the soil. Seeds from their fur and feathers sprouted around Tao's field, creating lush growth and revived fertility. The farmers from nearby villages came to draw water from Tao's spring. They brought gifts in gratitude, and Tao's home was filled with offerings he had never asked for. The collapse of the well, once seen as a disaster, became the greatest blessing of his later years. Tao often sat beside the spring and whispered, "When the heart is grateful, even sorrow becomes a doorway to unexpected gifts." Gratitude as a lens for living gratitude is not dependent on circumstances. It blossoms from intention. You can practice gratitude even when life feels chaotic, even when the path is unclear, even when the heart aches. Gratitude does not deny sadness. It illuminates what remains good amidst the sadness. It does not erase hardship. It balances hardship with appreciation. It does not force positivity. It teaches clarity. Gratitude and impermanence. Gratitude and impermanence walk hand in hand. When we truly understand that nothing lasts forever, we appreciate everything more deeply. The people in our lives, the meals we eat, the health we enjoy, the moments of peace, the quiet mornings, the laughter shared. Impermanence turns each moment into something precious. Gratitude allows us to savor it. To be grateful is to honor the temporary beauty of existence. Gratitude for the smallest things. Many believe gratitude must be reserved for big events, achievements, milestones, major blessings. But Buddhist wisdom teaches that the greatest gratitude arises in the smallest details. The breath that keeps you alive, the body that carries you, the roof that shelters you, the water that refreshes you, the stranger who smiles at you, the tree that gives you shade, the moment of quiet between two storms. When you train the mind to notice small blessings, joy becomes abundant. Why gratitude heals emotional wounds. Gratitude softens the grip of fear, anger, envy, resentment, self-pity. These emotions shrink when the heart expands. Gratitude shifts us out of scarcity into sufficiency. It reminds us, I have enough. I am enough. Life supports me in ways I don't always see. This recognition is healing and empowering. Gratitude in relationships. Gratitude transforms relationships effortlessly. When you appreciate your partner, your parents, your friends, your coworkers, your mentors, relationships deepen. Conflicts soften. Understanding grows. Distance dissolves. Most relationships falter not from lack of love, but from lack of appreciation. To express gratitude is to say, I see you. I value you. I honor what you bring into my life. This simple acknowledgement nourishes connection. Gratitude toward yourself. One of the most overlooked forms of gratitude is gratitude toward the self. To thank yourself for the courage you've shown, the battles you've endured, the growth you've achieved, the mistakes you've learned from the resilience you've cultivated, is to acknowledge your own humanity with love. Self-gratitude builds inner confidence. It reminds you that you are worthy, not because of achievements, but because you are alive and learning. Gratitude as a daily practice. Gratitude becomes transformative when practiced regularly. Before sleeping, ask, what went right today? What small blessing touched my life? What beauty did I witness? Even on difficult days, especially on difficult days, there is always something to be grateful for. A breath, a sunrise, a lesson, a moment of rest, a tiny step forward. These small acknowledgments accumulate into deep inner peace, gratitude, and the present moment. To be grateful is to be present. You cannot appreciate a moment while lost in the past or future. Gratitude anchors you in the now, the only place where life truly happens. When gratitude awakens, the ordinary becomes sacred. Life becomes luminous. The world becomes a place of quiet wonder. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, "Let us rise up and be grateful, for if we did not learn much today, at least we learned a little. If we did not learn a little, at least we did not become ill. If we became ill, at least we did not die. Therefore, let us all be grateful. May your heart open to the blessings hidden in every moment. May gratitude soften your suffering. May you walk through life with eyes awake to wonder. May each breath remind you that existence itself is a gift." Fear is one of the most universal human experiences. It takes many forms: anxiety about the future, fear of losing what we love, fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of change, fear of pain, fear of the unknown. Some fears are loud and immediate. Others are quiet and persistent, whispering beneath the surface of daily life. Fear narrows the mind. It tightens the breath. It closes the heart. It makes life feel small, uncertain, unstable. But Buddhism teaches a profound truth. Fear is not an enemy to defeat. It is a teacher to understand. When we walk toward fear with mindfulness and compassion, fear becomes a doorway into courage, a doorway into clarity, a doorway into deeper freedom. The nature of fear. Fear arises because the mind is wired to protect us, but often it does not know the difference between real danger and imagined threat. It reacts to memories, to projections, to possibilities, to assumptions. Fear is not wrong. Fear is not weakness. Fear is simply a signal. Pay attention. Something inside you needs care. The Buddha never taught us to suppress fear or run from it. Instead, he invited us to observe it with curiosity. What is this fear trying to show me? Where does it arise in the body? How does it change when I breathe with it? What belief lies beneath this fear? Fear becomes dangerous only when we resist it. When we push it away, it grows. When we chase it, it spreads. When we freeze before it, it deepens its roots. But when we sit with it, fear softens. A story of the Bridge of Mist. Here is a story created for this chapter. A story of fear, courage, and the transformative power of stepping into the unknown. In a mountain region known for its dense fog, there lived a young woman named Sori. Her village sat on one side of a wide gorge. Across the gorge lay the forest, where medicinal herbs grew, herbs that her mother needed to survive a long illness. A narrow wooden bridge connected the two sides. The villagers called it the Bridge of Mist, because thick clouds often drifted through the gorge, making the path invisible. People crossed it rarely, and only in full daylight. Sori had always feared the bridge. As a child, she had watched travelers disappear into the fog, their silhouettes swallowed by white nothingness. Her father used to tell her, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to walk even when you cannot see the entire path." Now, as her mother's condition worsened, Sori knew she had to cross. One morning she approached the bridge. A cold wind swept through the gorge. The fog was thick, swirling like a living creature. Her legs trembled. Her breath shortened. "I can't do this," she whispered. An old monk walking the mountain path overheard her. He approached and said quietly, "You think your fear is telling you to turn back, but your fear is only telling you to look closely." The monk tapped his chest. "Fear begins here, not on the bridge." Sori asked, How do I cross if I cannot see where I am going? The monk pointed to the first wooden plank. You do not need to see the end. You only need to trust the next step. Sori inhaled deeply, feeling the fear tight in her chest. She placed one foot on the plank. It creaked but held. She placed the next foot. Another plank. Another breath. The fog thickened, swallowing the path ahead. Her fear surged. What if it collapses? Her mind conjured images of falling, disappearing, failing. But she remembered the monk's words. You only need to trust the next step. She took another step, then another. Slowly, her breath deepened. The planks beneath her feet became familiar. The ropes felt steady in her hands, until finally, through the mist, she saw the outline of solid ground. She had crossed. When Sori returned with the herbs, her mother embraced her weakly. You were brave, she whispered. But Sori shook her head gently. No, mother. I was afraid, but I walked anyway. From that day, Sori understood that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to meet fear with presence one step at a time. Seeing fear clearly. Fear dissolves when observed without resistance. You can practice by asking, what sensation is present? Tight chest, shallow breath, a knot in the stomach. What story is my mind creating? I will fail. I will be judged. I am not safe. I can't handle this. What am I actually afraid of? Often the fear beneath the fear is the fear of not being enough. When you illuminate fear with mindfulness, it loses its power to control you. Breathing through. Fear disrupts the breath. The breath in turn can calm fear. Slow, mindful breathing brings the mind back to the body. It grounds you in the present moment. It interrupts the cycle of catastrophic thinking. With each breath, you remind your nervous system, I am safe in this moment. Fear and impermanence. Fear is often rooted in clinging to safety, to identity, to certainty, to stability. But life is impermanent, unpredictable, ever-changing. Fear arises when we fight the flow of impermanence. When we accept change not passively, but with openness, fear loosens its grip. Fear as a sign of growth. Fear appears whenever you step outside your comfort zone, which means if you feel fear, you are growing. Fear is not a stop sign. It is a signal that you are expanding beyond old boundaries. The Buddha compared fear to a shadow. It looks large and intimidating, but it has no substance when met with light. Fear in relationships. Many fear rejection, abandonment, misunderstanding, vulnerability. Yet true intimacy requires the courage to be seen, to open your heart even when there is risk, to speak truthfully even when uncertain. Fear becomes a teacher of love. It invites honesty, tenderness, and courage. Fear of failure. The fear of failure is often the fear of judgment, but failure is not opposite of success. It is part of the journey. The Buddha taught that all paths require stumbling. Wisdom is built from mistakes, not perfection. When you release the fear of failure, you unlock the freedom to try to explore, to create, to become. Fear of the unknown. This is perhaps the deepest fear. The future is always invisible, a bridge covered in mist. But like Sori, you only need to trust the next step. Life unfolds one breath at a time. The unknown is not danger. It is possibility. Facing fear with compassion. You face fear not by confronting it aggressively, but by holding it gently. Imagine placing your fear in your palms and saying, I see you. I understand why you're here. You're trying to protect me. But I choose to walk forward with kindness. Compassion transforms fear from an enemy into a guide. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, Do not fear the shadows of the mind. When you shine a light, the shadows disappear. May you walk through fear with presence. May you see fear as a teacher. May your courage grow one breath, one step at a time. May your heart remember that the path becomes clear only as you walk it. There is a quiet exhaustion that settles into the soul when we spend too much time living everywhere except where we truly are. We live in memories replaying old wounds. We live in fantasies imagining better outcomes. We live in fear-driven futures, anticipating troubles that may never come. We live in other people's expectations, carrying burdens that aren't ours. The Buddha taught a profound truth. Suffering arises when the mind wanders away from the present moment. The present is the only place where peace exists, where clarity emerges, where life is actually lived. To return to yourself is to return to the now, to come home to the breath, the body, the sensations, the stillness, the aliveness that is always here. This is the heart of Buddhist practice, coming home. Why we leave ourselves. People abandon the present moment for many reasons: to escape discomfort, to avoid painful emotions, to chase fantasies of control, to cling to what once was, to fear what might be. The mind becomes like a restless traveler moving endlessly from place to place, carrying fatigue wherever it goes. Yet the peace it seeks has always been here, waiting in the stillness of now. The nature of coming home. Coming home to yourself is not a technique. It is a remembrance that you are more than your thoughts, more than your fears, more than your roles, more than your past, more than your anxieties. You are consciousness itself, a field of awareness that holds all experiences gently without being defined by them. Returning to yourself means dissolving the layers of noise that obscure your inner clarity. A story of the bamboo flute maker. Here is a story created for this chapter, a story of presence, stillness, and the sacredness of returning to oneself. In a valley surrounded by bamboo forests lived an elderly flute maker named Aaron. His flutes were beloved throughout the region because they produced tones so pure that listeners often wept without knowing why. One day, a young musician named Kavi traveled to meet Aaron. He bowed deeply and said, "Master, your flutes hold a sound that touches the heart in ways I cannot describe. Please teach me your secret." Aaron smiled gently and handed Kavi a piece of bamboo. "Make a flute," he said. Kavi, eager and skilled, began working immediately. His hands moved with confidence. He carved polished, measured, tuned. But the sound that emerged from the finished flute was thin, nervous, incomplete. Frustrated, Kavi asked, "What am I doing wrong?" Aaron replied, "You are carving the flute, but your mind is carving the past and future." He motioned for Kavi to follow him. They walked into the bamboo forest. Sunlight filtered through the tall stalks, swaying softly in the breeze. Aaron stopped beside a single bamboo stalk. "Feel this," he said. Kavi placed his hand on the bamboo. At first he felt nothing. Then gradually he sensed the movement of wind within the stalk, the subtle rhythm of nature, the quiet pulse of life. Aaron whispered, "The flute carries the voice of the bamboo, and the bamboo carries the voice of the wind. But you can only hear it when you are fully here." He closed his eyes and added, "When you return to the present moment, the bamboo reveals its song. When you return to yourself, your heart reveals its wisdom." Kavi spent weeks in the forest, learning to sit in silence, to listen deeply, to breathe with the trees. Gradually, his mind softened. The noise inside him quieted. One morning, he carved another flute. This time his breath and the bamboo were one. The sound that emerged was warm, clear, alive. Aaron smiled. "You have returned home," he said, "and the flute has returned with you. The breath as a path. Home. Your breath is always here. It does not live in the past or future. It is the most faithful companion you will ever know. When you follow one breath and then another, the wandering mind begins to settle. The breath becomes an anchor in turbulent waters, a reminder that you are alive, a reminder that peace is available right now. The body has a place of return. The body lives in the present, even when the mind does not. Hands, feet, heartbeat sensations all are gateways back into the now. By returning to the body, you return to yourself. Feel the weight of your feet on the floor. Feel the rise and fall of the chest. Feel the temperature of the air against your skin. These simple sensations reconnect you to reality. Letting go through presence. When you return to the present moment, regret loses its grip. Fear softens anxiety. Unwinds, overthinking slows. The heart rests. You do not need to fight your thoughts. You simply need to stop following them. Presence dissolves suffering naturally. The present moment as a refuge. The Buddha called the present moment a refuge, a safe place untouched by the storms of the mind. In the now, you are not defined by your past. You are not trapped by your fears. You are not overwhelmed by your responsibilities. You are simply here, alive, breathing, capable of clarity. Even if pain exists in the present moment, it is always more bearable than the mental suffering created by replaying, resisting, or anticipating. The illusion of somewhere else. Many people live with the belief that happiness exists somewhere else. Some other job, some other relationship, some other version of themselves. But every somewhere else becomes another present moment. If you cannot be at peace here, you will not be at peace there. Peace is not found by changing location, but by returning to the location of your own awareness. Making the present your home. Coming home to yourself means learning to rest in the now, sitting quietly for a few breaths, feeling emotions without pushing them away, listening to your heart without judgment, letting thoughts pass like clouds, trusting the wisdom that emerges in stillness. Presence is not an escape. It is the deepest form of engagement with life. Presence deepens relationships. When you are present, you listen more clearly. You speak more truthfully. You see others more compassionately. You stop reacting from old wounds. Presence allows love to grow without distortion. Returning to yourself through acceptance. To come home to the present moment is also to accept yourself, not the ideal version, not the improved version, not the future version, but the version that is here, breathing, living, learning. Self-acceptance is the doorway to inner peace. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind in the present moment. May you return to yourself with each breath. May you find refuge in the here and now. May your wandering mind come home to the stillness of your inner presence. May the present moment reveal its quiet miracle to you again and again. There is a place within the human heart that no storm can touch, a place beyond fear, beyond craving, beyond reaction, a vast, quiet ocean of equanimity. Most people never discover this inner space because they are caught in the surface waves of life, waves of praise and blame, success and failure, gain and loss, acceptance and rejection, hope and disappointment. When the surface becomes turbulent, they believe the whole ocean is in chaos. But deep below, the waters are always calm. Equanimity, upekkha, is the ability to remain steady, open, and present, amidst the shifting conditions of life. It is not indifference. It is not cold detachment. It is not apathy. Equanimity is a spacious heart that can hold both joy and sorrow without collapsing into either. It is the strength to feel deeply without drowning, the clarity to see clearly without being blinded, the wisdom to respond rather than react. To cultivate equanimity is to become like the sky, allowing storms to pass through without losing your vastness. It is to become like the earth, steady beneath whatever comes your way. Why equanimity is essential. Life is unpredictable. People change, circumstances shift, plans fall apart, unexpected challenges arise. If your peace depends on external stability, you will live in constant anxiety. Equanimity liberates you from this dependency. With equanimity, your peace is rooted in awareness, not conditions, in wisdom, not control, in presence, not perfection. Equanimity is emotional freedom. A story of the Sapphire Lake. Here is a story crafted for this chapter, a story of inner stillness, transformation, and the discovery of unshakable peace. High in the mountains lay a lake so clear that people called it the Sapphire Mirror. It reflected the sky with perfect clarity until storms arrived. Then the water churned violently, turning dark and muddy. A monk named Joran visited the lake every year during his solitary retreat. He admired its beauty, but the storms always troubled him. He wondered, how can something so calm become so chaotic? And how can I keep my own mind steady through the storms of life? One year after a terrible storm, the lake was especially muddy. Joran sat by the shore and sighed. Why can't the lake stay clear? He asked aloud. An old hermit emerged from the trees behind him and chuckled. The lake is not the one stirring up the mud, the hermit said. It is the storm. The lake does not cling to the mud. It simply allows it to settle. Joran frowned. But what if the storms never stop? The hermit dipped his hand into the water and lifted it out slowly. Watch. The water in his palms swirled with mud at first, then gradually settled into clarity again. Peace is the natural state of things, the hermit explained. Confusion is only stirred up sediment. Joran sat by the lake for days. He did nothing to force the water to clear. He simply watched. He breathed. He waited. The lake grew still. The mud fell to the bottom. The surface turned into a perfect mirror once more. In that reflection, Joran finally understood. My mind is this lake. Storms will come, and they will go. If I do not cling, if I do not react, stillness will return by itself. He bowed to the lake like a master, for it had taught him the wisdom of equanimity. The 4 imbalances that disturb the mind. The Buddha described 4 forces that often disturb our equanimity. 1. Desire, craving for pleasant experiences. 2. Aversion, resisting unpleasant experiences. 3. Ignorance, misunderstanding reality. 4. Restlessness, the inability to stay present. These forces create the storms on the surface of the mind. Equanimity is not about suppressing them, but about seeing them clearly and allowing them to pass on their own. Equanimity and emotional balance. Equanimity does not mean numbing your emotions. It means not letting emotions become dictators. You can feel sadness without collapsing into it. You can feel anger without letting it control your actions. You can feel joy without becoming attached to its continuation. Equanimity allows you to say this too is a passing cloud, and in that recognition, you find peace. The wisdom of non-reactivity. Most suffering arises not from events, but from our reaction to events. With equanimity, You learn to pause before reacting. This pause is sacred. It creates space for clarity to enter. You respond instead of react. You observe instead of panic. You breathe instead of being overwhelmed. This is freedom. Seeing all things with neutrality. One of the deepest teachings of equanimity is recognizing that life moves in cycles, gain and loss, praise and blame, success and failure, joy and sorrow, meeting and parting. None of these define you. None of them last. When you stop clinging to the highs and stop resisting the lows, life becomes peaceful, even when chaotic. Equanimity in relationships. When you cultivate equanimity, relationships transform. You no longer expect others to fulfill your emotional needs endlessly. You no longer take everything personally. You no longer react impulsively to others' moods. Instead, you develop patience, understanding emotional spaciousness, the ability to listen without being swept away. Equanimity makes love steady and compassion unconditional. Equanimity and inner strength. Equanimity gives birth to resilience. When storms come, you do not break. You bend, you breathe, you stay grounded. Equanimity whispers, "This is temporary. I can meet this moment. I am not defined by this experience." It connects you to the indestructible center within you. Practices that cultivate equanimity. To embody equanimity, cultivate these daily habits. Return to the breath. It is your anchor when emotions swell. Observe thoughts like clouds. Let them pass without grabbing them. Contemplate impermanence. Everything changes joy and suffering alike. Practice non-attachment. Engage fully, but do not cling. Create inner space before speaking or acting. A silent breath can save you from regret. Welcome all emotions with openness. Allow everything to arise and pass naturally. Over time, these practices create an inner stillness that cannot be shaken. A closing reflection. The Buddha taught, "Just as a deep lake is unmoved by wind, so is the wise person unmoved by praise or blame." May your heart become that deep lake. May storms stir only the surface, never the depths. May clarity return to you again and again. May equanimity become your refuge, a sanctuary of unshakable peace. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when one begins to sense a deeper calling, a pull not toward something external, not toward success or recognition or accomplishment, but toward the quiet, luminous space within the heart. It is the call of liberation, not liberation from the world, but liberation in the world. Liberation from the chains of old narratives. Liberation from the habits that bind us. Liberation from the fears that shrink us. Liberation from misunderstanding who we truly are. The Buddha called this vimutti, the freedom of a heart awakened to its own nature. This final chapter of the narrative journey is about that freedom, how to recognize it, how to cultivate it, how to live from it, and how to allow it to illuminate your path. What is inner liberation? Inner liberation is not about escaping life. It is about seeing life clearly. It is the understanding that your thoughts are not you. Your emotions are not you. Your past is not you. Your roles and accomplishments are not you. Your fears are not you. You are the awareness behind it all, the silent witness, the clear sky behind the clouds. When this recognition dawns, you stop being a prisoner of your inner storms. You stop chasing happiness as if it lives elsewhere. You stop identifying with every thought that appears. You discover a freedom that cannot be taken away because it does not depend on anything external. A story of the golden thread weaver. Here is one final original story for this series, a story of freedom, surrender, and the truth of awakening. There was once a weaver named Mira who lived in a small riverside village. She was famous for creating tapestries so intricate and radiant that people believed she used magical thread. One day, a traveler visited her workshop and asked, "Your tapestries shimmer as though they carry light. How do you do this?" Mira smiled gently and invited him to sit. "When I was young," she began, "I was taught that every tapestry must be woven tightly. No gaps, no mistakes, no loose threads. I tried to control every pattern, every color." She paused, remembering. "But the more I tried to control, the more tangled the threads became. Some days the tapestry would collapse in my hands." Frustrated, she sought the wisdom of an old monk living on a nearby hill. She told him, "I want to weave perfectly, but my threads resist me." The monk picked up a handful of golden thread and let it fall gently. The strands glided freely, forming soft curves on the table. "The thread resists only when you pull too hard," he said. "It moves gracefully when you guide it, not when you force it." Mira returned home, still uncertain. But over time, she began to notice that when her mind was calm, the threads followed. When she released her need for perfection, creativity flowed. When she stopped forcing patterns, beauty emerged naturally. She learned to listen to the threads, to feel their movement, to let the design reveal itself instead of controlling it. Her tapestries transformed. They glowed with a warmth she had never known. When the mind is free, Mira told the traveler, the threads shine with their own light. The tapestry becomes a reflection of the heart. The traveler understood. The magic was not in the thread, it was in the freedom of the one who wove it. Freedom begins with understanding. Liberation first requires seeing clearly. Everything you cling to eventually causes suffering. Everything you run from eventually creates fear. Everything you resist becomes heavier. Freedom arises when you let go of the illusion of control and learn to move with life rather than against it. The Buddha taught that liberation blossoms when we understand nothing is permanent. Nothing can be possessed. Nothing defines you. Everything is connected. This understanding dissolves the knots of suffering. The courage to let go. Letting go is not about losing. It is about trusting. Trusting that life unfolds in its own rhythm. Trusting that your worth is not tied to outcomes. Trusting that your heart is resilient enough to face change. Trusting that the present moment contains everything you need. Letting go requires courage. The courage to release old beliefs, old identities, old pains, old expectations. You do not let go once. You let go again and again, each time becoming a little freer, a little lighter, a little more open. Freedom through awareness. Awareness is the doorway to liberation. When you observe your thoughts without identifying with them, they lose their power over you. When you allow emotions to rise and fall naturally, they no longer dictate your actions. Awareness gives you space to breathe, space to choose wisely, space to respond with clarity. Awareness is the ground of freedom. Living without resistance. Most suffering comes from resisting reality, resisting change, resisting uncertainty, resisting discomfort, resisting loss. But when you stop resisting and begin accepting, not passively, not with resignation, but with deep presence, you discover a peacefulness that does not depend on circumstances. Acceptance is not giving up. Acceptance is aligning with truth. It is choosing to meet the moment with openness instead of tension. Acceptance turns pain into wisdom and difficulty into transformation. Freedom in relationships. Liberation also transforms the way you relate to others. You stop trying to control people. You stop expecting them to complete you. You stop taking everything personally. You stop reacting from past wounds. Instead, you learn to love without clinging, to listen without judgment, to care without losing yourself, to allow others to be who they are. This is love rooted in freedom, not attachment. The stillness beyond the searching. Many people search endlessly for meaning, for success, for validation, for certainty, for identity, for happiness. But at the heart of Buddhist wisdom lies a gentle truth. What you are searching for is the one who is searching. When the mind stops grasping and becomes still, you recognize that the peace you long for has been within you all along. Awakening to your true nature. The Buddha taught that your true nature is spacious, clear, aware, compassionate, unbound, unbroken. Awakening is not becoming something new. It is remembering what you have always been. When the layers of fear, conditioning, ego, and confusion fall away, your natural state shines like the sun emerging from behind clouds. A closing reflection. As this journey draws to its final pages, may these words land softly in your heart. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are waking up. Inner liberation is not a distant destination. It is here in this breath, in this moment, in the simple awareness of being alive. May you walk forward with clarity. May you trust your path. May you release what no longer serves you. May you return again and again to the freedom within. This is the beginning of your awakening, not the end.